I been missing out the walk with the minute. I been building up the blocks like a me. Elliot got water dripping out the city. Oh my God, boy he got a God. Oh my God, boy that boy on top. Sipping water, make my heart stop. All these hoes, yeah my love my thigh. Yo, let her go, put her on roll, put that on payroll, put that on go. Yeah she like to go, yeah she love to blow. Get that dick so, like a snow cone. Yo, get that bag, show 'em how to ball. I'm in the mall, yeah I'm saying. Give me a minute, yeah, I need a minute, I'm in a minute, I'm in a minute, I'm gonna tell you, hey, Cardi B and Pippin, Cardi B and kick the shit in, yeah, give me a minute, yeah.
Hey, what's good, y'all? It's DGE, Dolphin Gang Entertainment. It's your boy DG, and we back with another video. My bad, y'all. I was on vacation. I was on a little vacation, so I couldn't get on stream as soon as the draft was done. I couldn't get on, but we on today. We're gonna react to all 8 of our picks in 2025. I do like most of the picks. There's some that I'm a little bit iffy on, but for the most part, I like most of the picks. And we're gonna do a deep dive on each of the picks, man. Each of the picks. If you're new to the channel, please like, comment, subscribe for more content. Help me get to that 10K. And on top of that, y'all go get that merch at dgmerchandise.com. Please help your boy. Appreciate it. First things first, we got Kenneth Grant. We're gonna go pick by pick. So first round, second round, third round, so on and so forth. And the first person that we're gonna go over is Kenneth Grant. We're gonna watch his entrance into Miami first. His entrance into Miami, man. Shout out to Kenneth. Based off what I'm seeing, I watched a lot of film after we drafted him. I watched a lot of film, and I do think that he is somebody that's good to pair up with Zach Sealer, because if he gets single man, like if there's one person there blocking him, he gonna get right past him. He gonna go right through him. So it's either you gonna double Kenneth Grant or Zach Sealer. Choose one. Choose one, man. So I really do like this draft pick right here. I give it an A-. But let's watch our first round draft pick. Him and Chop Robinson, that's gonna go crazy right there. That sounds so good right there. So good. Shout out to Mr. Fanatic. Appreciate you for putting up on me. Much love. Yeah, I see I got my Dolphin jacket on today. My Dolphin jacket on. I'm repping. But let's watch this real quick. I haven't watched nothing yet. The only thing I watched was film on each player. That's it. Nothing else.
Hi. Your first lizards and iguanas, huh?
One thing, man. They need to stop with this right here. Y'all know that's 2 a number, so why do you give it to anybody that signs with the Dolphins? Especially like D lineman and O lineman. You know Kenneth Grant not going to get number 1. You know it, so please stop it.
Kind of, use that advantage of me playing defense and offense against them. So, it's time to go to work. Offense. It's kind of crazy to be honest. Cause like I answered the phone, but I was hearing like the beeping. But it's because they were recording conversation. But I heard Chris Greer on the phone. And I just started laughing. Like,
How you doing, man? It's Chris Greer for the Dolphins.
I'm doing good, man.
It was crazy because I just knew his voice and I saw like the contacts, and then we get to talking, and I was like, you gonna pick me or what?
Well, he came the same day. Oh no, he probably came the second day, and they were drafting. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
We believe you. Yeah. I'm Mike. Great job. Great job. What's up? Good, man. Glad to have you.
That's Austin Clark. Anthony Weaver right there.
I give that effort every play, whether I'm in there or, coaching guys that's in there, I'm always stressing run to the ball. So, you're always going to get that effort out of me.
Shot to Kenneth Grant. And y'all know what play he talking about.
My name is Johnny Valentine. I'm an actor, singer, content creator. What inspired me to make my merch? Honestly, just seeing loads of comments.
I'm going to show y'all that play. This play right here. This is the play I think about every time I see Kenneth Grant. This is the play. Every time I see him. Like, you don't see big guys running like this over 340. You really don't see this. And, I'm kind of interested in seeing him play guard. I'm not even going to lie. Somebody got to talk to Mike McDaniel to see if he could play a little bit of guard. Try to be like a Travis Hunter for the O-line and D-line. Because he seemed like he would be an all-pro guard. Look at that boy moving. I think this is Katron Allen. He ran like a 4.5, 4.4. And he caught up to him. It's crazy what he does on the football field, man. It's crazy. I say like Mason Graham, his teammate, a little bit more polished. But Kenneth Grant, he got a lot of more athletic upside than Mason Graham. Even though Mason Graham went a little bit higher, if you got a good D-line coach, I think Kenneth Grant, he's going to be a monster. He's going to be a monster with the Dolphins, man. This is like the safest pick we could have got. I was thinking about Will Johnson, but, I was hearing about the injuries, and then, that kind of died down. But now we got Kenneth Grant. He's going to hold it down. We don't have no Christian Wilkins, no Calais Campbell, So this is the next guy up, the next D tackle. Crazy thing is we picked him at 13, the same pick we picked Christian Wilkins back a few years ago, exactly at 13. He got that Christian Wilkins potential. Christian Wilkins, he was a very good tackler, got a lot of tackles for us. So that could be the thing about Kenneth Grant. You're probably going to get a lot of tackles for the Miami Dolphins. If you run into the ball like this, you're going to get a few more tackles than a regular D tackle would. If that, even a nose guard, because look on film, he looked like a nose guard, but he moved like he a 3 technique. So, we could put him at 0, the 1, the 2, the 3, maybe even the edge, man. I'm not even going to lie. Maybe even the edge. Because if you're running like this to the ball, man, you could probably play a little bit of edge, use your strength, push that tackle back. You could probably do that in our scheme, man. So definitely A- pick for me. Definitely A-. We're going to play his press conference next. Give me 1 second.
Congratulations. Tell me about the moment when you got the call, when you knew that the Dolphins were selecting you. You were sitting down, standing up, family room, living. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I was just, looking at the clock, and, it's down to like 4 minutes. I was like, yeah, they might pass me up on this one. But then, I looked down at my phone, and my phone's ringing. I was like, oh, snap, it might be real. So, I answered the phone. I'm talking to Chris Greer. And, you know, we're just having a conversation. I was like, "You gonna pick me or what?" You know, just a little. It was an actual question, but you know, a little confidence in me. But you know, he said I think he should. So you know, I was like, "Yeah, it'd be a great investment." But you know, after that, just talking to everybody and you know, my family getting excited when I was off of the phone and hugging everybody and the whole community, that was pretty great. You know, excited.
How many people were there? Were you at your house?
You know, I was at it was like a local sports bar, you know, in my town. It was about
Little bit. He way more heavier than Christian Wilkins. Way more heavier.
like 175 people there. Yeah, so good crowd.
Yeah, just particulars out the way. You prefer Kenneth, Kenny? What do you like to go by?
I'll say the easiest is just KG, just because of my name, Kenneth Grant, KG.
KG, all right.
But, I mean, everybody call me Kenny, Ken, whatever. So, whatever.
I'm gonna call him Kenbo. Kenbo, that's my nickname for him. Kenbo.
Floats your boat.
What were your first impressions getting to walk around the facility for the first time?
Oh, it's pretty great. You got a real nice facility here. You know, just I saw the practice field. That was pretty great. You know, I like grass field, but the indoor is pretty great as well. Weight room's real good. You know, it's a all around great facility.
I don't think he ever been to Florida before. I don't think so. I know he's from up north.
If at all, with South Florida.
Not familiar at all.
You see? You're not familiar.
Nope, never been here.
Never been here.
First
Not
time.
even like one vacation down to South Beach? Not even one time? Not even one time? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
KG, there's another moment I want to ask you about. The play against Penn State where you hawk down the running back. It's incredible just looking at you now and seeing this.
That we just watched.
What does that play say? What do you remember about that play? What does that play say about you, not only as a person, but as a player?
Yeah, so I'll say what I remember about that play. You know, they schemed up a good play, and I was like, once I saw that hole, I was like, oh, he's gonna break this loose. So you know, the center pulled it on Mike B, our linebacker, and I actually tried to push him to make the tackle, but then that didn't work out, and then you know I had to run down and get him. But you know what it you know entitles with me is, you know, I give that effort every play. You know, whether I'm in there or you know coaching guys that's in there, you know, I'm always stressing run to the ball. So you know you're always gonna get that effort out of me.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. I love it. I love it, man.
Something changes. What changes?
It's game time. I mean, whether it's practice or in the game, I'm always ready to go because on the field, it's no friends, to be honest. So, I mean, everybody's trying to get their individual goals. So, you're not gonna let another man take your goal. That's how I think of it.
Kenneth, I want to ask you about dealing with expectations. You're a first-round pick. This is a team that really needs some D-line help. Do you think about that a lot, that, you know, I have to be the man or I have to get out here and play well, or just another day, you know, do what I do? How do you deal with the pressure or the expectations?
Yeah, like you said, there's obviously pressures and expectations, but, you know, I got to live up to those pressures and expectations. You know, Chris Greer, Coach Mike, you know, and Coach Austin Clark, you know, they obviously got high expectations of me. So, you know, they're going to help me. It's a two-way street. So, you know, I ultimately want to take control and be a key contributor.
Was there a moment in your childhood where you always dreamed the NFL was a possibility?
Yeah, I've always played Pee Wee football and Pop Warner football. So, I mean, I was always watching NFL, having NFL parties with my family, just watching football. So, we're a heavily involved football family. So, I mean, just NFL has always been on my mind for sure.
Do you have a leader in the clubhouse for jersey number?
For jersey number, I'm thinking 90 right now. Yeah.
90. What happened to 78? What happened to 78?
That's what I'm thinking about. I was gonna go 94, but I want to be my own person instead of, you know, getting the same number as Wilkes.
Dolphins already made their second round
Christian
pick,
Wilkins, okay.
Jonah S. from Arizona. What do you think about the maybe interior offensive line battles that'll come from you two rookies?
Oh yeah, it'd be pretty good. I met him at I took a visit. I forgot another organization, but I met him. You know, good dude. You know, you could tell he loves ball. He's a big guy too, so he can come off the rock.
One of your teammates just went off the board to Arizona, Will Johnson. A little later than a lot of people thought. What makes him, I guess, uniquely qualified to bounce back from a slide like this?
Yeah, he's just an ultimate competitor. You know, whatever he's doing, whether it's on or off the field, you know, he's always, you know, I even go over his house sometimes. He's in his iPad watching film. So, you know, when he steps on the field, he's always going to be ready schematic wise.
You know, he could be watching film, but that don't mean he's not hurt. You know, he injury prone. Injury prone. We passed up on him 3 times in the draft. 3 times. We could have got him, but we didn't. So there's a real issue there with Will Johnson, but the Cardinals got him, so we're going to see what he does. We will see.
But, you know, he's a dog, bro. Like injury or not, he's a dog. He's going to power through it and, you know, hit you for real. So
We spoke to you last night.
Choose a smarter email and marketing automation platform that suggests new ideas and adapts to what you.
You mentioned one of your goals being winning the Super Bowl, which you hear from draft picks quite often. But you also mentioned Man of the Year, which you don't hear from draft picks so often. What drives you towards that goal, and what have you done so far that maybe helps the communities where you play?
I mean, no, reason why I want to be a Man of the Year, one of my favorite players, Cam Jordan, DN on the Saints. You know, he's just a great person, you know, in general, helping the community, helping people in need. You know, he's a great football player, so I mean, who doesn't want to be a great person and a great football player and only boost you? But I mean, from my standpoint, I just want to be a good role model in my community, from where I grew up from. You know, show those guys it's a way out and you can make it. You know, I'm living proof. But
man, I like this guy already, man. I like this guy already. He gonna make it happen for us, man. He gonna make it happen for us. We don't gotta worry about him getting arrested, no nothing, man.
From a Super Bowl standpoint, you know, I think I'm a culture changer for sure. You know, being from Maryville, before I went to Maryville, we were 1-9. You know, then right after that, we went 4 straight semi-states. Then Michigan, you know, going to Michigan, never beaten Ohio State before. Then, you know, a year before I got there, we won it. And then when I got there, we carried on that legacy. So, you know, I think I'm a culture changer for a winning culture for sure.
Okay.
I was going to ask you about that. At Michigan, you guys went from.
So you saying that we should have a playoff win now that you're on the roster? That's what you're saying, right? That's what you're saying, right? Okay. I'm gonna hold you to it.
From good to great. Do those lessons translate to the NFL, and what are some of the lessons, you know, hard work or whatever?
Shout out to my boy
what can
Billy.
Translate, do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
up,
every
boy?
season is a lesson because every season is not the same. You know, if it's in college or the NFL, I mean, you just gotta, whatever lesson it is that season, you gotta hone into that and know your identity of what the team is and how you're gonna, you know, be better within the team. I'll say just some of the lessons, you know, you can't take a day off because if you take a day off, that's another opportunity another team is getting better. So, you know, you always want to be on your P's and Q's and bring it every day.
Is there something you'd like to provide?
I said on the ESPN thing, I wanted to buy a pond. I'm big on fishing. Dad's always took me fishing, so I kind of embarked on that. So that's one of my main hobbies.
Did you say pond?
A pond.
A pond?
Watch out for the alligator.
Oh yeah, that too. I've never.
You might as well live by the Everglades if you need a pond or something like that. You know, it's gonna be hard to get that in Florida. You know, it's gonna cost you some money, but hey, we'll see.
Seen the alligator before, so a little worried about that. Oh wow.
When did you, like, to follow up on a question that they asked earlier, at what point do you remember when you thought, hey, NFL is a realistic possibility for me? Like, everybody can aspire to it, but then there's a point where it's like, oh, you're on the radar.
Yeah, I'll say when I got my first offer at the end of my freshman year in high school, I got my first offer from Bowling Green, actually. Got my first offer there, and I was like, you know, they pulled me in the middle of the class. They pulled me out. I was like, wow, like, if you're pulling me out in the middle of class, I must be, you know, got a lot of talent and can make it. So that's kind of when I thought I'd take the next step.
Your new defensive coordinator now is a former NFL defensive lineman himself, Anthony Weaver. What do you think you can learn from him, and what's your impression of him if you've met him already?
My impression of him, great guy, you know, easy to talk to, but obviously he's gonna coach you hard. You know, he wants to win as well, so he's gonna hold me to a high expectation and a high standard. But you know, I think I could learn a lot from him, kind of running some of the similar stuff, but you know, his type of style and you know what I could add to my game within the scheme.
You talked about being a culture changer, and Mike yesterday he said that you make the players around you better. How do you do that? How do you come onto a team and make the people around?
Hey Billy, I do notice that. I do notice that Hellstar. I don't know. Maybe he sponsored by them. Maybe, who knows? I'm not sure.
Around you better.
Yeah, you have to challenge him first off. I think challenge him off the field because you know challenging them on the field is, you know, it's easy because you're competing in football, but off the field you want to hold your teammates accountable and, you know, get the best out of them off the field because off the field things can translate to on the field, so it kind of works hand in hand.
I'm wondering if you listen to critics. There are people that were saying that Mason Graham made a lot of the success for you. He made your life easier. There are people that were saying that you were probably going to go in the 20s, not number 13. Do you listen to that? Do you use it as fuel? Do you just disregard it? How do you handle that?
Yeah, I just disregard it. I mean, sometimes it just pops up on my phone just because I'm on my phone. But, you know, I mean, who doesn't want to use it as fuel? Because, you know, as someone doubting you, you want to prove them wrong. That's kind of the type.
Even though everybody's saying that Mason Graham is better than Kenneth Grant, I think Kenneth Grant got a chance to be better than Mason Graham. You know, so there could be a steal here as to if we did get Mason Graham and the Browns got Kenneth Grant, you know?
Type of person I am, I want to prove everybody wrong and be like, oh, that was a great pick. So.
There can be a ton of reasons for not.
Are you willing to be a goal line fullback or?
Hell nah.
Yeah, you know, go in there on offense. Have you ever done that?
They want him to be just like Christian Wilkins, man. Just like, calm down, relax. He just became a Dolphin. Let him be him. Please, man. Golly.
I'm willing to do anything. Yeah, Coach Moore, we had like a little scheme or whatever. I'm running the rock or whatever, but you know, whatever coaches here want me to do, I'm willing to do it.
You didn't get to carry it in college?
Nah, I did.
Heck nah.
Last 24 hours been for you? Have you been able to get any sleep, or what has been going through?
Yeah, I've been trying to prioritize sleep just because, you know, it was a quick turnaround. They wanted me to fly out here. I wanted to come out here the next day, so
okay.
I mean, just prioritize the sleep and, you know, just trying to stay off my phone and, you know, be in the moment and enjoy it with my family for sure.
How important is it to have your family be with you here and experience this with you?
Yeah, it's really important, to be honest, just because, you know, they never experienced this, you know, just like I've never experienced this to this magnitude, but, you know, all their sacrifices and the hard work they've put in and supporting me and things like that, it's just great to give it back to them and have them here with me.
How far was?
Yeah, I'm hoping on it, Billy.
Yeah, Maryville.
From
hoping on it.
It's literally the same town, train tracks, literally same town. Yeah.
As soon as I heard, I saw both, but as soon as I heard Gary, I had to ask you, listen to Freddie Gibbs at all?
Nah, I haven't.
No. Introduce us to your family here.
Yes, this is my mom, Wanda Chapman. It's my mom. Then you got my stepdad right here, Darren Chapman. Then you have Pat, you know, my stepmom, and then here's my dad on the end, Kenneth Grant Sr.
Oh, great family. Great family. Even though the mom and dad are not together, that's not stopping them from supporting their son. I love that right there. Love that, man. Beautiful.
It gets hot in training camp. Are you ready for that?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Who doesn't like hot? Can't beat it.
One of the ways you disrupt the passing game that maybe a lot of people wouldn't look at as the first thing that comes to mind is getting your hand up and batting balls down. I was surprised when I saw how many PBUs you have. What gives you the knack to do that?
I mean, just being smart and savvy. You know, if I'm taking on a double team and, you know, I'm hard getting there trying to win, and I'm going to put a hand up once the quarterback's in his throwing motion. So it's just being able to, you know, get a good feeling of how the timing of the quarterback is, and you know, every quarterback is different. They don't have the same timing, but you have to, you know, study and, know their weaknesses and things like that.
Final question? Curious about your shirt. Can you explain what that means?
It's Hellstar, so it's just like a little designer shirt. It's been blowing up, so I mean, I
I
like the
told
colors, I
y'all.
like the
I told
styling,
y'all.
so I bought it.
They thought he was against his religion. That's what they thought. That's what they thought, man. Hold on real quick, y'all. We're gonna look at his 24/7 sports account real quick. Class of 2022. Committed to Michigan. I think he played O-line in high school. I think he did. 6'4", 335. 4-star, 3-star recruit. Not too bad. Not too bad. Maryville, Indiana. So he been up north his whole life, man. Never seen down south. But he gonna start changing soon. He gonna start getting the golds, everything, man. I'm telling you, watch. He had Wisconsin, Arizona State, 15 offers coming out. All right. Let me see if they got some high school tape on this page. Check him out in high school. It's right here. I cannot skip ad. You're gonna watch some of his high school highlights real quick. You can't go full screen. Yeah, he was a heavy boy in high school. It looked like he lost a good amount of weight. Yeah, he fast for a guy his size, man. Okay, that boy moving. That boy is moving. Oh, good spin move. Ooh. Yeah, he snapped, man. Yeah, he gonna be good. No way. No way he not good, man. No way. A guy this big doing this? Crazy, man. By the time we need to pay him, Zach Sealy, he probably gonna be done already, most likely. He gonna ask for that bag, man. Probably 30 a year. I see it. Plus, I trust our defensive coordinator in regards to coaching him up to play like he playing it like right now in high school. He looked like he was like a 4-star recruit, not no 3-star. He looked like a 4-star recruit, man. Yeah, but it seemed like he came a long way. He came a long way. Now y'all see why I say it's an A-. Now y'all see why. That boy, he official, man. He is official, man. Shout out to Kenneth Grant. I don't know if you're watching this right now. If you are, much love, my boy. Hit me up on IG, DGLivee. It's up on this screen right here. Hit me up, man. Let's see what else I got for y'all about Kenneth Grant. You see him at the press conference. So I'm guessing that's his mom. That's his dad right here. That's his stepmom, and that's his stepdad right here. Beautiful family, man. Beautiful family. Here's my boy Tyler. Here's his reaction to the draft.
He was one of Kenneth Grant. All right. He was one of my top guys. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Kenneth Grant. I knew it. Got ourselves a defensive tackle. I like it. I'll take Kenneth Grant, boys. That's a solid pickup.
That's how I felt. As soon as we picked him up, that's how I felt about him. That's exactly how I felt, man. It's a solid pickup, man. A safe pick. A safe pick. Some of y'all were saying Will Johnson with that number 13 overall pick since we losing Jalen Ramsey. Some of y'all said that, but, you know, he went all the way in the 5th round. All the way in the 5th round, man. Kenneth Grant, he would have been gone the next pick if we ain't pick him up. The next pick, man.
Grant.
Here we have Joel Klatt. Joel Klatt talking about Kenneth Grant. Let's see what he has to say.
At number 10, I'm going to go with Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle at Michigan. I think he's going to be an excellent pro. He's young. He's huge. He is very athletic. And he's a guy that I could see just getting better and better and better. And maybe at the end of this, he could be the best defender from this draft 10 years from now. He's got that type of upside. There's no doubt. Are there guys with more polish right now? Yeah. His teammate, Mason Graham, you're going to see him later in this list, is more polished right now. But Grant is an absolute specimen. I just remember him running down Katron Allen in that 2024 game against Penn State, and he like hawks him down, and I'm like, dude, this guy is 6'4", 330 pounds, and was moving. He's strong. He's violent on the inside. So I really like Kenneth Grant. He's number 10.
The best defender in this whole draft. Possibly. We're going to see. We're going to see.
This summer, where your recruitment stands at the moment?
At the beginning of the summer, my first camp was Ohio State. Okay. And I went there.
Yeah, that way he looked like a D tackle. This is how a D tackle is supposed to look like right here.
Okay. And he liked me, and then pulled me to the side and offered me. And then after that, like a week later, I went to Wisconsin camp, and it was pretty cool. It was like an intense camp, and then I earned an offer there. And then really, in June, I've been traveling a lot. I went to like a lot of unofficials to Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio State, and then I'm going back to Michigan for my mom to see Michigan at the end of July.
So a lot of attention, Big Ten schools, obviously, here. This summer, where your recruitment stands at the moment?
At the beginning of the summer.
Let's shout to Kenneth. Right here, we got a little highlight of Kenneth. Where he at? He's right here at the 3 technique. Let's watch him. He got pretty good lateral quickness for a D tackle of his size. Pretty good. You know, if he ain't have that, you would want him strictly at nose. But since he got that quickness, even for a guy his size, you could definitely put him at the 3. You could put him on the outside of a tackle. You know, we could switch it up, make offenses confused when they see Kenneth Grant at the end. We could do that with him. Most definitely. Here's another thing with Joe Klatt.
If you watch the game against Ohio State, he, along with his running mate Kenneth Grant, were the reason that they beat Ohio State. This guy can take control of a game from the defensive tackle position, which I haven't seen at the college level since Ndamukong Suh. Like, he's that good. He rushes the passer. He stops the run. He splits double teams. It doesn't matter how many guys you have blocking him. He still wins. he doesn't just eat up blocks. He destructs blocks. He is as good as I've seen in a long time. He's been one of my favorites to watch on tape for a long time. Very unassuming, got a really stellar high school wrestling background. That's one of the reasons why he plays with such great leverage and in particular with his hands. So Mason Graham at number 3.
Oh, that was about Mason Graham. My bad, y'all. I thought that was Kenny.
With the 13th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Most definitely crazy Dolphin. Most definitely. See, there goes his high school jersey. We just watched his high school highlights. A massive athlete, destroyed USC, needs to plan as a rusher. See, they keep on showing this play nonstop with this guy. They won't show nothing else. He almost tore his ACL with that tackle. Good tackle in the backfield. Okay, they look like they're happy when to Miami. They're happy about that. No more cold weather. Good block shot. He good with his hands, man. Very good with his hands.
It's hard to find guys that weigh this much and that big that can run as you see him hawk down the Penn State run.
You see, look what he does one-on-one, man. Look what he does one-on-one. Look, he one-on-one with 71. Look what happens. Look what happens. This center has a choice. Are you going to double team Mason Graham or are you going to double team Kenneth Grant? Whichever one you double team, the other one going to get there. You know, so it's going to be the same situation with Zach Sealer and Kenneth Grant. Watch. Look, one-on-one. Bah, straight on his back. Come on, man. That's Michael Penix right there. Come on. Zach Sealer and him, they're going to go crazy, man. They're going to go crazy.
He's going to be able to press the pocket and allow those guys time to win on the edges. And Rich is right. It obviously fills a need. But who's got the best offensive line in the AFC East, maybe in the AFC? Buffalo Bills. Yeah. So if you're going to want to go toe-to-toe and chest-to-chest and battle, you got some people in there. As you mentioned, Rich Wilkins no longer there. Kenneth Grant, go in there and plant your feet and start battling those big guys from upstate New York.
Yeah, we got Jordan Phillips later on in this video, on this live stream, and we got Zeke Biggers as well. You know, we're going to watch your tape to see. We're going to be here all night, man. All night. Here's Todd McShay talking about Kenneth Grant.
740 yards. And when you find a 6'3.5", 331-pounder with 10 1/8 inch hands that runs a 5.07 40-yard dash, you develop him.
Right.
And that's what happened with Dexter Lawrence. And Dexter Lawrence has become almost a sack machine, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not saying he's that level, but I am saying there are flashes when I watch the tape and I see some of that, like Jalen Carter, Dexter Lawrence. Holy shit. This man that big should not be able to run down a running back from behind. Shouldn't be able to get to the sideline when he decides to go. So now you go to the league and you're not playing 700 snaps. I think it was like 730 snaps or something crazy. And so now you get to the league and you're playing 50 snaps a game. No, not even. What am I talking about? He'll play 35 as a rookie, something like that. TV timeouts. He'll get those flashes now become who he is as a player. I like that pick for Miami.
Yeah, the movement.
And when you find a 6'3",
we might have to keep him in there a little bit longer than that, a few more snaps, because he probably gonna perform well, and we gonna quickly figure out that he's the second best, maybe even the best D tackle on the team. Maybe even the best, man. You know, coming out of college, we all know Kenneth Grant was a better prospect than Zach Sealer. We all know that. You know, so he might have the upside to be better than Zach Sealer one of these days, but probably not next year, but who knows? It might happen. Who knows? Here we got another clip. Kenneth Grant, and watch Mason Graham. We're gonna see who people decide to double team. That's what we're gonna see. His school should be a O-line farming system for the Dolphins. Who else went to that school? Who else? Maryland built a good defense. I'm intrigued with the guy we picked up. They have a good chance to make it, in my opinion. Yeah, we're gonna definitely check them boys out a little bit later on the stream. Most definitely. Grant actually ran a 4.8 in the 40 at the combine, I think. The fact that he's in the fours is crazy, man. He should be in the fives, but he in the fours. He is in the fours. Y'all see what he doing one-on-one? Look, pick. Look what he did. Look what he does on one-on-one. Look, they decided to double team Mason Graham, 55. This is the guy who just went to the Browns. And they're gonna leave him single. He pushing them back. You know, he probably not gonna get to the quarterback, but he gonna affect the passer. And look what happens after this. Bomb, interception. You know, does this mean that we're gonna get more turnovers this year? It could mean that. If he could do this on most of his one-on-one matchups with anybody in the NFL, I think he could win like 70% of those matchups as a rookie. He's that good. 70%. You know, he's gonna meet like tough matchups like Quentin Nelson, you know, those good guards. You know, but the average or below average, I think he could definitely beat those guys in the NFL. So a good 70% matchup if he's one-on-one, I think he could do it. I think he could do it, man.
Yeah, and he's a leader. You know, one of the teams that mentioned you is the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh, we know him. What would it mean to reunite with him?
It'll mean a lot, you know, just.
Well, you're not with the Chargers now. You're not with the Chargers now.
You know, aside from football, he's a great coach, great person in general. I mean, there's so much to relate to. You know, just listen to him talk.
You know, the fact that Jim Harbaugh passed on getting Will Johnson is crazy to me. You know, you coach this player up. I thought he's going to get him with that. I forgot what pick the Chargers got. I forgot, but you know, Kenneth Grant, he would have definitely got picked up by the Chargers if he fell to them. Will Johnson, you know, with him, I don't know. We're going to see if he ends up being a good cornerback or not. We're going to see. But Kenneth Grant, he definitely would have not been there if he was there when the Chargers were picking. He would have been gone. I know it.
I mean, you can learn so much from him, but also kind of like get a laugh out of it too.
Yeah, he's sneaky funny. People don't realize that. What about him when he was at Michigan? You guys winning the national championship. Maybe what's the biggest impact he left on you?
I think just recruited me, to be honest. You know, he knew my potential that I could have, and you know things that I could do, and he saw the light in me. You know, it was just all about winning for him, all about winning that national championship, winning rivalry games, and I mean that's something I wanted to be a part of.
Yeah, and he's a leader.
Hey, Liam Eichenberg, be careful. Be careful. I'm telling you right now. Telling you right now. You thought it was sweet since Calais Campbell, he not here. Christian Wilkins, he not here to bully you at practice. Now you got Kenneth Grant. Now you got Kenneth Grant. It's not just Zach Sealer now. Not just Zach Sealer.
4.9s, 4.8s. Yeah, I try to get in that 4.9s, 4.8s, somewhere around there.
4.8?
Yeah, trying.
You want to show off specifically?
Yeah, I definitely want to get 30 plus on that bench press. That's kind of what I'm striving to right now. So, sure. Yeah, I try to get in that 4.9s, 4.8s, somewhere around there.
4.9, 4.8. I don't think he got that.
You want to show off specifically?
Yeah, I definitely want.
Here we got another clip of Kenneth Grant at D tackle against Texas, against our quarterback right now. Quinn Ewers is funny. Funny. Good job keeping his base. Good job block shedding. You know, it seems like he's a better run defender than a pass rusher, but he got it as a pass rusher. You know, he shows flashes that he could be a dominant force. You know, he's not going to be one of those D tackles that are not able to get sacks. You know, I feel like he's going to be productive in the sack department at D tackle. And he's going to benefit off of all the good guys that we have in the room right now. Just like he benefited off of having Mason Graham right next to him, he's going to benefit having Zach Sealer, a similar player. Now you got Chop Robinson, somebody who probably got the fastest get off in the NFL. You know, the Dolphins not targeting DN the whole draft. It gives me a little bit of confidence in regards to us being okay with Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips, but I still don't know. I still don't know what they're going to provide to the Miami Dolphins next year. You know, but the Dolphins didn't do nothing really in regards to the end, so we're going to see. We're going to see. Here we got another clip of Kenley Grant against a guard right here. You see, he like an anchor killer. You see this guard right here, he tried to use his anchor, but Kenley Grant, he just too strong. He gonna knock you off your pivot. Like, he just way too strong, man. Look. Your anchor not gonna work against him. Your anchor is not going to work. Just too powerful of a human being. And also, he's just too athletic for you as well. You know, this is what they make Myles Garrett do for the Browns. Myles Garrett. He acting like a basketball player. Oh, excuse me. Man, I wouldn't do that with a D tackle, but Kenley Grant, he could do this. He could do this too. He's just a special player. You know, all that weight on him, he moving like this still. Like he 250. You know, I want him to stay around the 340 ranges, not get too heavy. Not too heavy, but too light. You know, I want to see him at 340 or up. 330, it feels like 300 for him. It feels like 300. But 340 seems about right for Kenneth Grant on the field. Crazy Dolphins said our linebackers are going to benefit from Grant and Sealer as well. Yeah, most definitely. Jordan Brooks, everybody else, we're going to see who wins that linebacker number 2 spot. We're going to see. That's another thing. We ain't addressed linebacker in the draft, so maybe the team is confident in the linebackers that we got. Maybe they are. You know, we probably got some as UDFAs. I still got to check them boys out, but we'll see. Right here, I got another play of Kenley Grant against Ohio State. They're saying that this was his best game right here. That's what they're saying. You know, this is the team that won the national championship. We got to remember that. This is the team. Good swim move over. Pick. Every time I see him going one-on-one with somebody, it seems like he got the advantage every time. Pushing this guy back. Still almost got the sack. This was the first round pick of the Vikings this year. This was the first round pick of the Vikings, man. Look what he did to him. Excuse me. Good job. Good job running to the ball. You know, like, you love seeing high effort on the field because that shows you that players are hard worker. The fact that they're willing to go the extra mile to make a play. It shows you that they're gonna go on the field and give it their all for real. Instead of some people who like take plays off and all that. Kenneth Grant don't seem like he's gonna take any plays off. That's why I like this pick so much. He definitely gonna affect the game for us, man. I feel like he's gonna have a good rookie impact for the Dolphins. Good rookie impact. All right. But shout out to Kenneth Grant. That was the last video of Kenneth. We will be moving on to the next pick, Jonah Savia, out of Arizona. Tua's new best friend. But he's gonna have to act right to make sure that he could keep his starting QB job because Quinn Ewers, Zach Wilson, you already know it, man. You already know it. Billy, you sent me a link. Let me see if I could copy it real quick. Billy, you're gonna have to send me that link on Twitter via DM. Send me on Twitter. Brooks and Dotson. You think Dotson gonna be the starter? That's what you think, Crazy Dolphin? That's what you think? Remember, we got KJ Britt, we got Dotson, we got Willie Gay Jr. We got a lot of guys in there. Grant was rated the number 3. Many had him at number 1 run stopper. Phillips, number 13. Bigger was top 30. That's definitely gonna get better with us. Definitely gonna get better. Definitely. But let's get into Jonah Savia. I give this pick a A- as well. Give this pick a A-. We went O-line, D-line. I can't complain. Man. But let's check them out.
Welcome to Miami. David Fronis with the Sun Sentinel. How are you?
How's it going, man? I'm excited. I'm good.
Cool. Excellent. Good. Can you detail your conversations with the Dolphins and what led to this? And were you surprised that they traded up and when they got you?
I did not expect them to do that. Just one of my agents. He said, just don't wait too long. Don't expect to wait too long. And then I kept my phone by me, and then they called me, and then that conversation was just, it was just excitement all over. My family were cheering on, and just, they weren't on the clock, so I was kind of confused. And then they told me they're going to trade up, so right there it meant a lot to me. The things they did for me, trading up to pick me. So that just stood out for me and how bad they wanted me. So I'm just excited to work right now, man. I wish I could leave right now, but we'll wait.
In Miami, you're going to be blocking for Tua Tagovailoa, and I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys went to the same high school?
Yes.
Years apart, of course.
Man.
That's
Brotherhood,
crazy.
Brings us back together.
Okay, what do you think about that? Blocking for him and that connection. And had you met him before?
I met him before Polynesian Bowl back in 22. As soon as I seen the Florida number, I immediately, thought Tua, that's who I'm going to block, hopefully in the future. And shoot, I'm just excited, man. It's funny because
y'all heard what he said. Hopefully, he's blocking for Tua in the future. That means he's not sure about Tua's future right now. Even he's not sure. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. But he did go to the same high school as Tua, St. Louis school in Hawaii. He was a 3-star recruit. He seemed like a guy that used to be big but lost a little bit of weight. He looked a little bit slimmer now than he did in high school. Yeah, he looked like a real Samoan. The ones that be knocking your head off, But he seemed like a tough guy. Yeah, Arizona State, Hawaii, Syracuse. 7 offers coming out. All right, but hey, shout out to him from going to the same school as Tua. That's pretty surprising right there. But that school in Hawaii, they do produce a lot of talent. St. Louis, they do produce. Let me try to see if I can find any high school highlights of Jonah. Check that out real quick. Huddle will always do me justice. Let me do Huddle. Jonah, I love you, bro. I'm not laughing at you, man. I'm not laughing at you. Them boys lit. Them boys lit. Man, I gotta pull up to Hawaii one of these days, man. Now that we drafted Jonah, I'm gonna have to pull up to Hawaii. You know, if Tua's still on the team, I'm gonna pull up to Hawaii for Tua as well. But if he's not, then I'm just pull up for Jonah. You know, go to St. Louis High School and visit. And I'll post it on YouTube. That would be a lit video right there. Lit video. Man, I don't even understand the language. What? Kapalama. Him against Bishop Gorman. Okay. He played some good schools in high school. Let me see what's most recent. The newest. 10 seconds. I'll just watch this. Only 2 minutes. It should work. Let me see here. Can't skip Huddle, guys. The Huddle music. Oh, damn. Good pancake. Oh, he can play center too? Shoot, we might see him everywhere this year. Good at pulling. He can move for a guy 330, man. We got big guys who can move, man. Yeah, he seemed like a dog in high school. Damn. He seemed like the type of player, like, you can't get him mad, man. If you get him mad, you're going to suffer the consequences. Yeah, he pushing people back. I love it. You know, but with a few years in the NFL, he gonna get bigger. He gonna get stronger. He gonna get faster, and he gonna be a better O lineman in the NFL. I think he has all pro potential. All pro potential. I could just see it in the name, man. I could see it in the name.
I blocked for like only Polynesian quarterbacks all my career, and just going into the league and Tua being a poly quarterback, so God never makes mistakes. You know, he wants me to block for my people, so I'm there.
Thanks.
Joe Shad.
How do you keep your brand reputation safe? Popular Pay's latest innovation safe collab is the
Jonah, congratulations. It's Joe from the Palm Beach Post. It's nice to meet you.
How you doing? Appreciate you.
How would you describe your approach to pass blocking?
I'm pretty firm. You know, I said I'm pretty light on my feet. My hands are good. You know, recover if I overset a little bit too much, and then if they try to take inside, you know, I can recover fast. So, and just, you know, that's what I'm bringing. You know, and just that mentality. You know, just because it's pass block, you know, it's not passive. You know, we're always playing aggressive, even if it's pass block. So that's the mentality I'm approaching.
And then conversely, with the running attack, the Dolphins have this zone scheme where they expect their guards to sort of get out into space.
Yes.
As a guy who's played tackle, what do you know about this particular run scheme, and how do you think you can utilize your athleticism?
Yeah, I'm excited, you know, to get into, you know, this scheme because me and Coach Butch Berry sat down together and we watched how, you know, they kind of sell outside zone even if they're not running outside zone. So that's good for me. You know, I love running. I love just getting off the ball and run. So just to use my speed in space, and just hearing that they run a lot of outside zone. That's just me. You know, I love running outside.
That's just something that he gonna have to work on, man. You know, being more agile. You know, out of the pocket, I guess. You know, when he pulls, you know, he could definitely learn something from Aaron Brewer. Because Aaron Brewer, we all know him for being 270, 280, but being able to move out of the pocket, you know, being able to block linebackers, DBs, you know. So James Daniels, Aaron Brewer, Jonah, all going to work in unison, you know. And I feel like that interior, that three that we got right there, if they could stay healthy, you know, that's a top 10 interior O-line right there. Top 10 interior O-line. You know, all I do think they're scheme fits. Aaron Brewer, we know that's a scheme fit. Jonah, you know, he shows flashes that he is a scheme fit. You know, he just got to put everything together. James Daniels, we already know that he's a scheme fit. You know, it's just him being injured last year that caused him to not be somebody that we're too confident in. But I think he's going to be okay. I think he's going to be healthy this year. I think so. You know, so it's just the tackle that we still have questions on. Patrick Paul and Austin Jackson, my bad. We should have confidence in them because we've seen both of them play before for the Miami Dolphins. We've seen both of them play, but we still don't have confidence. So that's scary, knowing that we have tackles, but we don't know if they're going to be the guy or not. You know?
Isaiah?
What's going on, Jonah? Welcome to Miami. How you feeling?
I'm excited, man. Appreciate y'all having me, man. I just can't wait to get back to Miami.
For sure, for sure. I wanted to ask about your positional versatility. A lot has been made about that. You know, you play left and right tackle in addition to right guard. What position do you feel like you are the most comfortable with, and why?
I'll probably move inside interior. I'm more comfortable guard, just because, you know, I'm big bodied. You know, I'm good with my hands, and just getting off my stance and just punch guys right now. You know, I feel like that's home for me. You know, just putting hands on guys right now.
Cool. Appreciate you, man.
You know, the main guy I want to see him go up against, Jalen Carter. If you could block Jalen Carter, that's that one guy that I say in my head. If you could block him, you could block anybody. If you could block him, you could block anybody.
Yep.
Hassam?
Hey, Jonah. Aloha and welcome to Miami. Congratulations on being drafted by the Miami Dolphins as well. Speaking about your hands and your upper body, there have been some criticisms outside from draft analysts and media about your lower body, that it's not quick enough for particular inside and outside zone runs. Are there any particular practice reps or things that you are doing to improve?
Yeah, just tightening up my stance, and you know, when I go to Miami, you know, I trust Coach Butch Berry. You know, he's gonna get me better, and just leaning on.
Well, yeah, that's for sure. Butch Berry definitely gonna get him better. I forgot about that. I completely forgot. Yeah, he gonna be good, man. I'm not even worried about the flaws that he has in his game. He gonna be good with Butch Berry, man. He gonna be good. If he ends up being good, most likely Patrick Paul will end up being good. Most likely. If he don't end up being good, then there could be a chance Patrick Paul doesn't end up being good, because you spent a year with Butch Berry already, so you should be a solid player, at minimum an average. You know, but Jonah, he might come in and be good off rip. He might do that.
To him and the rest of the guys, you know, get me right. But just tighten up my stance, maybe give myself a little bit space, you know, from the line of scrimmage, and then just work off of that. And just obviously, you know, we love running outside zone duos here for Miami, so I'm gonna be able to you know, to show my quick first step. You know, just getting bodies on bodies.
Thank you, John. Best of luck.
Mark?
Undrafted players will be tomorrow. Undrafted players will be tomorrow.
Stallworth?
Hey, Jonah, welcome to Miami.
What's going on? Appreciate you.
5 years from now, what do you hope people will say about this selection today, drafting you and your impact on the team?
That that Miami made the right pick. They'll remember that they traded up for me, and they're gonna be glad that they picked me. So 5 years from now on, I'll make sure I'm one of the guys that are bought into this program, and we're gonna, God willing, we're gonna get a Super Bowl in 5 years, man.
Yes, sir. Can you throw the
Stop
ball?
researching with
Can you throw
ChatGPT.
football?
Its information is not reliable.
Next, we'll go to Joe Shad.
Hey, it's me again. Do you have any connections to Miami, Florida, or anyone in the Dolphins organization other than Tua?
I do have Miami. I have a childhood friend, Francis Mowing. Well, he plays for the Canes. We grew up in American Samoa.
Oh, okay.
Other than that,
he just got picked up by the Jets. Maroga Francis. Yeah, I think he was number 0 last year, number 1 for the Hurricanes.
Never been there. Besides, we played UCF there, so yeah.
And the other part was, has Coach Mike McDaniel or offensive coordinator Frank Smith or Tua or anybody said anything to you since you've been drafted that sticks out?
No, no, I haven't got on the phone with them.
You'll be hearing from them soon.
I'm looking forward to that phone call, man.
All right, congratulations again.
And I thought Tua would be the first one calling. That's what I thought.
Thank you.
Omar?
Hi, Jonah. What was your draft day experience like? Where are you? What was the party celebration like? I mean, and obviously there was mention of you possibly being selected in the first round. Was that a day of disappointment for you? What was your thought process coming into today?
No, it was no disappointment yesterday. I told everybody that came in, I had like 15, 20 people. And I know that, I'm not expected to go yesterday. I may have like a small chance to slip late one. If not, like we said, if I'm not going, then we have today. Maybe God wants me to go today. So when today I heard my name got called, and I'm just glad to be a Dolphin, man. I don't before drafts before me, that's out of my control. What I care about is the team that drafted me. So I'm just excited.
Where are you now?
I'm excited. I'm in Hawaii. Oh, well, I'm excited, man. The family's downstairs. They celebrating, they eating some good.
Is he in Hawaii? You're not saying it.
Good food, man. Yeah, everybody's just excited, man.
How big is the celebration?
I got 20 to 25 people now. And just if you were here in the house, man, you could smell the food from like a couple blocks away. That's how good food is right now. So it's really dope downstairs, just having everybody. And those are the people that I grew up with. So that's the people I want to be around me when today was, being presented. So
shout out to my boy CB.
With Tua, we know that
what's good.
He represents more than just himself and his family. He represents an entire, community of people. What is that like now that you're in the NFL and you've got generations of kids looking up to you?
Man, that's my plan. That's my goal moving on in the future. And I want to get back to, in American Samoa, because I grew up and there was a camp that Troy Polamalu came out there, played 60 or something like that. Mikey Patti was there actually too. So he was coaching me up and just looking up to those guys that are giving back and doing these for us and little kids. So now that I have the opportunity and the chance to do that, I'll make sure I do that, moving on. And just looking in those kids' faces, I just see myself through them. So I know what it's like to grow up in the islands. So that's something I want to do.
Thank you.
Giselle?
Hi there, congratulations.
Hey, he gotta do it for his brother, man. They come from the same place. They gotta ride together, man. He got no choice. That's why I like this pick even more, because of his relations to Tua. So he's more entitled to block for Tua. because of that bloodline. I love this right here. I love this.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Apologies if you already answered this earlier, just how you're feeling and the emotion of getting the phone call and kind of really starting now this next chapter with the Dolphins.
Yeah, I'm feeling excited, man. I know I've said that multiple times, but that's just how I feel right now. I'm super excited and just moving on. I just can't wait to fly up to Miami and just go to work, get this camp in and just meet the guys, meet the online group, meet Coach Barry one more time, and just get it going.
Thank you.
David Fronis.
Hey, Jonah. So this pick of you for this organization had to have Mike McDaniel's stamp of approval. I'm wondering what your interactions with him were and what your impression is of him as a coach from those conversations.
So our first meeting was a formal interview at the Combine. And first impression of him, he's a funny dude, man. He's super funny, and I like that as a coach.
That's what everybody say. That's what everybody say when they first meet Coach. He's funny. They never say he's a smart guy. He probably is a football geek, but the first thing that they're gonna say about Mike McDaniel is he is funny and unique. Those are the two things.
But they're not afraid to be themselves. Some head coaches that day, they were all serious, and when I took a visit, they were like actually chill. So just Coach Mike actually he was funny. He was cracking jokes inside there, and then right away he said, "If I punch you right now, would you punch me right back?" I was like, "Yeah, okay."
Why are you saying that to prospects? Why are you saying that to prospects? Are you trying to see if they soft or hard, if they're gonna hit you if you tell them to hit you? Is that what you're trying to do? I don't get it. I don't get it, Mike McDaniel.
Okay, that's how we started this. So, but other than that, man, he's a funny dude. He's a great coach. I just can't wait to meet him, man.
Tom.
Hey, Jonah. It's I wanted to ask you, who do you idolize your play style after?
There's a bunch of guys I watch because I played tackle and guard. When I was at guard, I watched my 22-year, names like Brandon Scherf that came up, Quentin Nelson, David DeCastro, just because I wanted to mimic how they use their feet, just footwork wise. They weren't known for their feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I moved outside, I watched a lot of Tristan Wirfs, just lower body, how he handles lower body, Trent Williams, Panay.
One thing about Tristan Wirfs, he could jump from out a pool at 330 pounds. It's crazy, man, what he could do. Crazy.
And now my former teammate that I'm about to hopefully face in the future, Jordan Morgan.
And shout out to Jonah. Much love to Jonah, man. Definitely gonna be a good player for us. One crazy thing about him, man, the guy that he used to block for at Arizona, similar quarterback to Tua. Very similar, same size. He a righty though, but look, he got the one sleeve just like Tua. I think he stayed another year. I do not think he declared. I do not think he declared, man. So all the guys that he blocked for throughout his career, at St. Louis, he blocked for a Samoan quarterback. I don't know who it was. At Arizona, he blocked for this guy, a 5'10" quarterback. Now he about to block for Tua, a 6-foot quarterback, Hawaiian Samoan. But we're gonna see if Tua win that spot. We still gotta see. Nothing's guaranteed for Tua right now. CB saying there's only one QB1. I don't know what QB he talking about, but I'm hoping he talking about the right ones because we don't know yet. It's a competition. It's a competition, CB. We can't just give Tua the job right now. We went younger with our backup quarterbacks. We took that chance. So we're gonna see if Zach Wilson, if he could do something. Quinn Ewers, former #1 overall rated recruit in the whole country. Come on, man. I don't even think Tua is rated that high. Tua is a 5-star quarterback, but he wasn't the number one overall rated quarterback in the whole country. Zach Wilson, he wasn't either. So there's a lot of upside with Quinn Ewers, man. A lot of upside. Let's see. Right here, we got some clips of Jonah. Let's check them out real quick. He's right here at the right tackle. It's crazy that he could play right tackle, man. A lot of guys his size have a hard time being agile enough to play the tackle spot. But it seems like he does a good job at that. You know, Austin Jackson, if you don't act right, we got somebody who could take your job. If you don't act right, we got somebody who could take your job, man. You seem like he got a good core, a good strong core. Once he lock onto you, it's hard to get off of him, hard to block shed. You know, but the fact that he's good at that, you would rather see him at guard, you know, so we could probably use him at tackle for emergencies, most likely. Because I don't know. I'm expecting Austin Jackson to get hurt this year. I'm sorry. Here's his former head coach, Jed Fish. Definitely a legend. Talking about Jonah. Let's hear him out.
Big Jonah is going to be really, really good, really, really soon. You guys will see him. He carries 330 pounds better than anybody I know. Wow. Guy looks unbelievable. Looks like he's got great feet, great athlete, great energy about him. I would be surprised if he's not contributing as a true freshman. I think that we brought in a couple of other guys that are here on campus already that have played that we were able to bring in some other capacities, that we were able to get them here as well. I can't know if I'm allowed to talk about certain guys or not yet. So, but we got a couple guys that you all know of that have joined the program as well in the offensive line. We've got almost everybody back with Baker and Hand and Morgan and Fears, and I think we should be pretty good. Davis Duvall was out all last year because of the rule, but that you can't transfer twice. And but coming in from Baylor, I think that'll be a big get for us. I think he's going to give us a good opportunity to compete for one of the guard positions.
Did you see the fact that he was good enough to start as a freshman in college? He was that good. You know, that's impressive. That's impressive right there. Shout out to Jed Fish. We got more highlights of Jonah. Let's check him out. He's at left tackle right here. Left tackle. So Patrick Paul, if you don't act right, we got somebody in there that could take your spot. If you do not act right. Good job blocking on that one. Yeah, he got his guy. Just the right side of the O-line ain't really do their job. I believe this is the offensive coordinator, Brendan Carroll, talking about Jonah.
Shocked is a bit of a big word, but not really. I mean, he's a really good athlete. He's a tremendous competitor. You know, he'll accept any challenge you throw at him. So his talent takes over, but it's his work ethic and how hard he's trained to get to this position to be able to play in the spots really. So I would say it's not shocking, but it's a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, it seems like him and Kevin Grant are very hard workers, man. Very hard workers. Let me see what y'all saying in the comments. He did say if Tua is the quarterback, facts DGE, it's Tua's spot to lose. It'll only happen by injury. Only by injury, you sure? You sure, CB? We got to watch a training camp. I know you're going to be out there. If you go out there and you see Zach Wilson slinging it, you're going to have different thoughts after that. Definitely going to have different thoughts. It's Tua's spot to lose. You know that I support all three quarterbacks. I do too. Whoever becomes a starter, so be it. Congratulations. You're the starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. You were good enough to beat out Tua, and you were good enough to beat out Zach Wilson. You know, you should at least be an average to good quarterback, whoever wins that spot. Minimum. That's Paul, natural position. I support them all. There's only one QB, and the QB1 can be anyone. Exactly. I want to see him and Tua do the haka. Is that gonna help Tua play better? If that does, then okay. I'll support it. I'll support it. That was the middle. I'm happy with all of our draft picks and some of the undrafted picks as well. I think the undrafted class is pretty good this year. Pretty good, man. I'm not even gonna lie. I sent you the WQAM clip of him. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. Was that for Kenneth Grant? I probably wait till I'm done with Jonah to play it real quick. Probably wait till that. Shout out to my boy Vamos. He pulled up. Shout out to you. Much love. Shout out to Terrence Berry. He said, what them rookie corners looking like? Jason Marshall, we got him coming up. You know, I'm a Gators fan, so I know about Jason Marshall. I definitely know about Jason Marshall, so I could definitely let you know what's up about him. Could definitely let you know what's up. But let's get back past Jonah real quick. We got a few more videos. Right here, you have Jonah back at right tackle. So most of the film we've seen so far is of him at right or left tackle, not even at guard. You got a pretty good kick slide. Good punch. Grab that boy with one hand. Y'all see that anchor, man. Y'all see it. He got a big lower body. I like guys with bigger lower bodies because it makes me think that they have a better anchor than your average guard. Yeah, man. See, that was a rep of him at guard. Look how much better he looks at guard. Look. I don't know who number 9 is, but good job keeping his base. You're not getting past him, man. Look, he tried to do a spin move. Nope. He got pretty good technique for a guy over 330. Pretty good technique. You know, guys who are heavy, you are expecting their technique to be kind of off, but he pretty solid with the technique, man. Pretty solid. You know, get in the lab with Butch Berry, man, he gonna be a monster, man. He gonna be a monster. You know, just like with Kenneth Grant, I'm expecting him to beat 70% of D tackles in the league. You know, there's that 30% that I know that he can't beat. You know, Dexter Lawrence, Jalen Carter probably. You know, the best D tackles in the league, man. But other ones, just like the average ones, I think Jonah could do a good job. You know, he could hold it down. You know, I'm predicting like what, a 70 PFF minimum this year. Minimum. I think he's gonna be a great player for the Dolphins, man. So, you know, these 2 picks are safe picks, and if they work out, you know, this could save Chris Greer's job. It could save his job, man. It just depends. It just depends. Let me see here. Oh, Terrence. Yeah, Terrence, you are a Gators fan too? Okay. We got Gators in the building, man. I love that right there, man. I love that. Jason Marshall is from my neighborhood here in Miami, and I know his grandma. Oh, okay. Okay, crazy. You locked in, man. You locked in. Let that boy know, hey, we doing interviews if he need me. If you need me. I'm a Gators fan too, so I know the exact questions to ask Jason. Since he's from Miami and he went to the Gators, I know exactly what to ask him. Right here we have Jonah doing the bench press. Let's check him out. I thought he was gonna do 30. That's what I thought. Right. 26. 27. Bro, he could have did 30 on a good day. He did 30 on a good day. He could have did it. He was tired. You know, but there's been plenty of good old linemen who go into the league benching less than 26 reps on the 2025. So, you know, that's not a big factor. If you're in like 19s, 18s, then I'd be worried if you're old lineman. But if you're in the 20s and up, you should be fine. You should be fine. We got some more clips of Jonah. Let's check this out. Man, CB in here talking that blasphemy. Those sorry ass baby lizards, man. Man, he don't know who his team is. He do not know. You know, if I say his team name, I might get demonetized on YouTube. I might. So I'm not gonna say his team name. Hey, we're gonna beat him this year though. No worries. We're gonna beat him. We're gonna beat him. Catch me at UM game, UM versus Gators this year, September. Home game, catch me out there. But here we got Jonah at right tackle here. I put money on it right now. We're gonna see him at tackle. I put money on it right now. Right now, with anybody, we're gonna see him at tackle this year. Because he got a lot of repetition at right tackle and left tackle. If he just started playing those spots, then nah. But it seems like he kind of got used to playing tackle because he's playing it naturally. Yeah, you don't play tackle like that if you just started playing tackle. It seems like he got some experience playing everything, a lot of experience. You know, I'm not saying this is a Laramie Tunsil, you know, but this could be similar to when we got Mike Pouncey, a solid center for 8 to 10 years, you know, give or take a Pro Bowl every other year. That type of career for Jonah, but he could be better than that. He could be an all-pro perennial guard. He has that potential. You know, if we do move him to tackle, we're gonna see if he could be a better player. You know, but I like him at guard. You know, they probably just asked him to play tackle because of his experience, and they probably had like a rookie at guard. Sometimes when you can't trust an old lineman, the best place to put him at is at guard because you got the center to help you out and you got the tackle to help you out. You know, center, you can't really say it's easy because you got the ball in your hand. You got to make sure you snap the ball correctly, so on and so forth. So in regards to playing both guard spots, if you got a sorry old lineman, put them at that guard spot. Liam Eichenberg, that's the first place that we tried him, guard. You know, we tried him a little bit at tackle, but too much responsibility. Too much responsibility for Liam Eichenberg, a lie like that. Too much. Here we have Jonah talking about taking reps at tackle and guard.
That position. It felt good, you know. It felt like home because that's where I brought in I got brought in to play guard my freshman year, but I can play tackle too. I just gotta show that I can execute at that position. And today I felt like I could use more of my hands, and tomorrow hopefully I come out there and just correct myself. Felt good. Felt like.
Terrence said, "I think he has good balance. I want to see him improve his punch, his initial contact. He always get pushed back, and then he holds his ground. Yeah, But I feel like with Butch Berry, he gonna work on that first punch. He definitely does that a lot. Every time I go to training camp, Butch Berry got them working on that first punch, that first hit, always. So I don't think that's gonna be an issue."
Your first season as a Wildcat, you started in all 12 games. You were named a true freshman All-American, a freshman All-American, a Pac-12 honorable mention.
Most of the time when somebody gets honored with freshman All-American, they will end up a good player, most likely. Most likely, man. So the fact that he got a freshman All-American honor is impressive. It's impressive.
What accomplishment to you are you most proud of?
I'd say honorable mention, all Pac-12. I feel like getting a accomplishment from my own league is something special.
When you got here, did you have the high expectations for yourself that you were going to start every game?
Most definitely. I had that mindset ever since I got here. I just came here to work.
Right on, baby, let's go.
Because some freshmen, they come in and they see the older guys and they feel like, oh, I'm not
that boy
play.
Moving.
So yeah, just have that mentality. That
he looked like Teron Armstead on that one. Okay. He looked like Teron Armstead on this one. That boy like swole. Yeah, this is how old lineman's supposed to look like right here.
So yeah, just have that mentality that you're gonna play and then just work.
Yeah, that would look like a solid 340. He don't look like a sloppy 340, but a solid 340.
How quickly did you bond with the other guys here?
Oh, just like that. Even on my visit, my first time I got here during the visit, I already could tell I built that bond with my O-lineman. We were so close, even outside of football, when we're away from the facility. We always had that bond, and when we came to football practices, we're there for each other.
Okay.
How do you feel like football in Hawaii prepared you for college football?
Yeah, so who didn't know, I'm born and raised in American Samoa. We moved to Hawaii for better education and future purposes in 2017. Went there all 4 years for my high school. Going back to American Samoa, we didn't have the weight room, we didn't have the talent knowledge. So then I came to Hawaii, we had like everybody my age, they were a level higher than me because I didn't know like any techniques and stuff. So I had a lot of coaches that were back home in Hawaii. It helped me a lot through my process.
You said you chose to come to Arizona because of the culture here. And since arriving, you've been a leader in building up that culture. What kind of team atmosphere do you strive to create?
Just becoming a better teammate, making sure my teammates are doing the right thing and setting examples for them.
Yeah, he gonna be a dog, man. I'm not even gonna lie. He gonna be a dog. I don't even gotta question it. I don't. This is him mic'd up.
Yeah! Mic'd up, fella. Say what's up. Say what's up. Say what's up. Say what's up. Say something to the mic. Say something to the mic.
I eat more than him, even though he's bigger than me.
Yeah. All right, whatever.
They go Ted McMillan. He just got drafted by the Panthers in the first round. So they had a lot of talent on Arizona. A lot of talent. They had the running back, the quarterback, Fifta. They had Jonah. They had Morgan. They had a lot of guys.
We're not tired. We're not tired. Don't leave too early.
Yeah.
George,
Triple A.
yeah, triple up, yeah. All right, oh. I
I tell you. Don't point. Remember, don't point. Oh my gosh, he's so strong. What a strong guy. Hey, let's go, fellas. One play at a time. Oh, we starting with the one play. Come on. There we go. Whoa. Yes, sir. Here we go. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right, baby. Ah!
This is New Zealand?
New Zealand, yeah, I'm from New Zealand.
This is Dolphin from New Zealand? When did you start playing football? You played rugby your whole
No,
life?
yeah, I played rugby my whole life. Jordan Mailata, that's my cousin. My cousin, you know.
Then how did they find you for football?
I don't know.
Oh, mate.
They just thought I was big.
He said Jordan Mailata is his cousin. That's the tackle for the Eagles. That's what he said.
Get him! Oh, that's fine. That's fine. There we go. What's up? This is my other New Zealand friend right here.
From Auckland?
You from
Straight
Auckland?
up. That's my man.
Nah, you from... I'm from Utah.
Shout out to Jonah. We're going to check out the depth chart real quick. Right now it's Patrick Paul, Austin Jackson. They got that starting left and right tackle. Guards, they got James Daniels and they got Liam Eichenberg. We all know Jonah going to start over Liam Eichenberg. We know that. You know, but there's nobody else to really compete for those starting tackle spots. You know, the thing about the tackle spot, I feel like both of those guys need competition. They need threats in there that somebody could take their job. Both of them. Austin Jackson as well. You know, he's not 100% guaranteed to be healthy. So you really want to make sure you got a pretty good backup for him. You know, right now I don't have that much faith in regards to Liam Eichenberg being that sixth man. You know, and him going in at tackle, I don't have no faith in that. I don't. So we definitely need to address, you know, the backup, left tackle and right tackle. Maybe Jonah gets to play left or right tackle. That's what I'm saying. There could be a chance as to where he will play some tackle this year. Either on the left or right. There is a chance. Shout out to my boy iRock. What's good, my boy? What up, though? DGE. I know you're happy Dolphins got that cornerback from Florida. Let's go, Fins. Yeah, I'm happy. We just got to develop him. You know, he's not 100% there yet. I love Jason, but, you know, sometimes I be feeling like he might have to move to safety. He might. You know, he hasn't shown us anything yet in regards to being a great corner. He has all the traits, you know, but he hasn't put everything together at Florida. He hasn't. You know, he could change everything around in Miami, you know, but we're going to see. He up next, though. I got some clips and stuff. We're going to watch his highlights to see as well. We're going to be on stream the whole night. Man. But like I said, Jonah, he either going to start at left guard, right guard, and he may see some time at left tackle and right tackle. That's what I think. All right. This is him at the Senior Bowl.
That's it. Run him, Logan. Get him going side to side. That's it, Jonah. Good. Here we go, Jonah.
Good low base. Good punch.
Good. That's it. Run him, Logan. Get him going side to side. That's it, Jonah. Good. Here we go, Jonah. That's it. Don't catch, Jonah.
Here we have Jonah up against an Alabama player. An Alabama player. Locked his ass out. You can't go nowhere. You know, that grip strength that he got is special. It's not special, but it's good. I say that. He got good grip strength. You know, but Polynesian old linemen are very strong usually. Very strong. So I do see that with him in his play. A very strong grip.
Mike Iapati is who he reminded me of coming out of college, that inside-outside versatility, big, strong, powerful men who can move. Like, he tested really, really well. He ran 4.95 in the 40, so he can really scoot. To me, you get him physical in the run game, but you don't lose all that movement if you want to get out to the perimeter, as the Dolphins like to do.
And so Alec Ingold just introduced a new teammate who's going to block for him. Pretty neat stuff right there. So the Dolphins
he a dog, man.
Traded up and are now celebrating.
Yeah, Dolphins, we traded up for this guy, so he better work. He better work, man. Right here, I got another clip of Jonah at right tackle. Let's check this out. You know, only skilled old linemen are doing that. Some of the things that he's doing. Just pancaking dudes, man. Pancaking them.
A lot of that question, but I can play. I mean, I've been asked a lot of that question, but I can play tackle at the next level. But I feel like home for me is I want to put hands on guys right now and just controlling them using my hands and punch. So I'll probably move inside right guard.
Is that the feedback you've gotten from most teams that they want to play you inside?
Well, that too, but it's just me. At the end of the day, I want to be able to play guard.
I'm cool with that. He probably knows that he's better at guard anyway too. He probably knows it. He probably knows that he's good at tackle, but he's probably better at guard. He could probably make more money playing guard than tackle. That's probably what he knows. So, this is a 10-minute long video of his highlights. I don't think I'm gonna watch that. Way too long. Way too long. But now y'all see why I'm saying this signing's an A-. Now y'all see why. It's probably what the Dolphins needed all along. Man. But shout out to Jonah. I don't know how to say his last name, man. Y'all gonna have to help me out, man. Jonah Sav. That's what I'm gonna say. Jonah Saab. Shout out to him. Welcome to the Dolphins. Next person we got up. Let me see here. We got D tackle Jordan Phillips. We're gonna check out what he talking about, man. Haven't watched anything on this guy either. Haven't watched anything on anybody. I was enjoying my vacation, but I'm back and I'm working. We working right now. But let's check out Jordan Phillips, our new D tackle, man, alongside with Kenneth Grant. So we have the D tackle pairing of the future. We have that here.
Joe from Palm Beach, it's nice to meet you. Welcome to the Dolphins.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Did you have a feeling that the Dolphins might be interested in drafting you?
Yeah, I did a little bit because at the combine, they were one of my formal meetings. So, yeah, I mean, it was a great experience at the combine. So,
you've probably heard that the Dolphins had a defensive tackle named Jordan Phillips. You guys have you ever watched any film of Jordan Phillips? Have you ever hit him up on social
good question.
media? What did you think of the film?
Absolutely. So one thing about me, I study every D tackle that's like in terms of being at the top of the game, like I've studied every great D tackle and even like all different types of D tackles in the league. And Jordan, I have watched Jordan Phillips. As a matter of fact, I watched him early on in his career when he was with the Dolphins, and then when he went to the Cardinals, and then like now the Bills. So yeah, I mean he's physical. You know what I'm saying? Real good run stopper. He gets after it pretty good, and you know he's a 10+ year vet. So I mean that's great.
My last one. Are you familiar with Kenneth Grant, the
Yeah.
339 pound? Between the two of y'all, you're pretty big together. Huh?
So
What do you think you can do next to each other?
yeah, so like I say, so when like not only do I watch great NFL defensive linemen, but I also watch great college football defensive linemen.
One thing about Jordan Phillips, he knows a lot about football. So it seems like on his free time, he's focused on football. That's what it seems like, man. You know, he watches film on Kenneth Grant too. Some of these guys, you ask them a question about what they watch, they can't even answer it. They can't, you know, but it seems like he loves the game of football. You know, this was the guy that was asking Chris Greer for the playbook already when he called him. This was the guy.
So like I know every D lineman in this draft class. I've seen them play and know their game from a T. Kenneth Grant, very talented, very athletic for a big guy. I got a chance to see him a little bit during the Shrine Bowl. And so, no, I got a chance to just like be around him. I didn't see him like perform at the Shrine Bowl, but he's definitely athletic and, you know what I'm saying, just physical at the point of attack. And his game definitely does stand out to me. And I think that, you know, us together, you know, we'll do some special things together.
But if it's just going to be y'all two, one of y'all going to have to make sure y'all are elite D tackle. We're hoping that the elite D tackle will be Kenneth Grant, and we're hoping that you would be the person to capitalize off of playing with a guy like Kenneth Grant. You know, so that's what we're hoping for right now. But right now, we kind of good because we got Kenneth Grant, and he could work off of Zach Sealer. And we're going to see if Kenneth Grant could turn into that Zach Sealer for our team. And then whenever we're ready to let go of Zach Sealer, we have Kenneth Grant in there. But we're going to have to make sure we got that second D tackle, which could be you, Jordan, which could be you.
Thanks, Jordan.
Yes, sir.
Travis?
Hey, Jordan, welcome to Miami, man. I'm Travis Winkler here for the Miami Dolphins. I got a couple questions I wanted to ask you off the top. Number one, it sounds like you're a big student of the game. Like you're rattling off his career highlights. That's not very common. People can do that. I'm wondering, who's your favorite defensive tackle or defensive lineman ever?
Ever?
Yeah, ever. All time.
It'll have to be between, in terms of technicality, Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald in terms of technicality. And in terms of physicality, and just like, you know, just dominant, you know, Vince Wilfork, Warren Sapp, John Randall.
They said old school players.
You know, guys like that. Yeah, just in terms of dominating the game.
Okay, that's really.
They said we are gonna wave them guys in and out. You know, Jordan Phillips, we picked him too high to wave him. He gotta be at least a practice squad player. Minimum. JP nice but short. Yeah. What is he? Let me see. 6'1", almost 6'2". We could work with that. Almost 6'2", 312. Aaron Donald, what he was like 6'1", 280. Right?
Really good stuff. I also wanted to ask you, I've been reading some stuff about your character and leadership there at Maryland. Read a great story about Mike Loxley praising you for bringing guys along with you, and your teammates saying that you were all about the big picture of the team more so than your own accomplishments. You win the Pat Tillman Award at the Shrine Bowl. I'm just curious about what drives that type of approach that you take to the sport and leadership, and how you think that can help you at the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I've always been a team first guy. Just want to put the team before me, and just really the drive to want to see the team succeed. And I do definitely plan on bringing that with me to the Dolphins. It's been in me since like I started football. Honestly, just the consistency and the will and drive to, you know, get my team to the championship. I mean, that's just who I am.
Great stuff, Jordan. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Welcome to Miami.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Jordan, how's it going, man? Marcel Louis Jacques with ESPN. Congratulations, man. Welcome to Miami and all that. I see the Under Armour shirt. I see the towel dabbing off a little sweat. What were you doing when you got the call? Were you working out?
Nah, so I was actually here just sitting on the couch. I'm at my agent's house right now, so I was just sitting on his couch, just watching the draft, and then I got the call, and it was crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like I was just overfilled with so many emotions, just excited, you know what I'm saying, grateful, and I just can't wait to get down there in Miami and get to work.
Yeah, I'm reading your bio. I see you're a high school weightlifter and wrestler. Obviously, I can probably guess how weightlifting helps in football, but how does wrestling specifically help you play the defensive tackle position?
Yeah, just having grit, and the willingness to understand body control. Certain joints move the body, like the elbow, you know what I'm saying? And just
if you're playing football right now and you want to be a harder hitter, try wrestling. Believe it or not, try wrestling. I'm telling you right now.
really the tricep, that move, like grabbing those areas of help move the body, and just understanding how to take control and have proper leverage over somebody. And all those things are what you need in order to be a great defensive lineman. So those things have definitely contributed to my game.
Gotcha. Hey, man, congrats again. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Taking notes is the worst use of your brain during a meeting. And here's why. Your real job is to think.
Omar?
Hey, Jordan. I've noticed that you have basically 2 years of college eligibility. Now, you could have transferred and went wherever you wanted to go for the NIL and probably went to the SEC and made $1 million. Why did you choose to enter the NFL draft so early and so young?
Yeah, because honestly, I go about my business like a grown man, and I'm mature enough to do so. And on the field, I'm violent, I'm aggressive, I'm able to have great production and help out like my team in an effective way. And all those things are what you need in order to be sustainable in the NFL, in order to be a great player. And so and also like my loyalty to the University of Maryland and Coach Locks is very high. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I did have opportunities to transfer, but that's not the route that I wanted to take. I believed in the program and I believed in Coach Locks. And so I wanted to stay there and continue to help build.
Yeah, you can respect that. You can definitely respect that.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Isaiah?
Hey, Jordan. Welcome to Miami. Quick question for you. So I know the Dolphins took another defensive tackle with first-round pick in Kenneth Grant. Just how do you guys plan to push each other to get to that final destination?
Yeah, well, the first thing I plan to do is just, meet him, understand what type of guy he is. That way I'll understand, better how to help and, help guide him, let him know who I am and, what my personality is like. So, he knows how to push me. And, I just plan on just going in there, what I'm saying, having just like a great relationship with him. Us pushing each other and working together will help us become better. And it'll help us add value to ourselves, so that way we can add value to the whole organization.
All right, next we'll go to Hassam.
Hi, Jordan. Congratulations and welcome to Miami. Talk to us about how Mike McDaniel introduced himself to you at the interview process.
Yeah, I mean, like I do like my research on, all the greats, in terms of coaches and in terms of players also. So I already knew who Coach McDaniels was. I already knew that he was a player's coach, a coach who great leader, And so it was honestly an honor to meet with him during the formal interviews during the combine. And it was a great experience talking to him again just a few minutes ago when I got drafted. So that was pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
We went 3D tackles, man. 3D tackles, man. I don't know what that means, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
So yeah.
We've got time for 2 final questions. We'll go to Hal and then close out with Joe.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, sir. I can. Yes, sir.
Okay, welcome to Miami.
Thank you.
Going back to the student of the game part, are you also a student of particular teams? Do you know much about the Dolphin history? And if so,
Yeah.
what stands out in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, the Dolphins have had, really good defensive linemen. You got Jalen Phillips. Also, they drafted Chop Robinson last year. Christian Wilkins, who, he's now with the Raiders.
And those are recent. We want you to go back in time, man. You cheating right now. You cheating.
Obviously, Jordan Phillips, just guys like that. I've studied the D-line, for a little bit of time now. And so I just always try to make it an effort just to be a student of the game and watch different D-line, different groups of D-line in general and different D-linemen. So,
Are you very familiar with Zach Sealer, the team MVP from last year?
nah, but I'm definitely do plan on educating myself on that. As a player and as a man, I'm always willing to learn and become educated on everything. So I definitely will be doing my research on that.
I'm sure he'll be teaching you a lot.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Joe?
Jordan, the Dolphins took Dante Trader Jr.
Yeah.
14 picks after.
Yeah, that's coming up as well. Don't worry about it. That's coming up.
Jordan Phillips.
Yeah.
What are Dante's strengths?
Man, Dante is a great leader. Of course he's a really good football player, really great football player. Of course he's athletic. He was a dual sport athlete in college, which is hard to do. You have to be committed and hardworking in order to do that and actually be good in both sports. Which Trader was extremely good in football and in lacrosse. Like I said, he's a really great leader. It would be nice where I'll be in the facility watching film late. And then I look over in the room across from me, and he's sitting there at the computer, and he's watching film also. And so, he's just a guy who's really physical.
Man, that don't mean nothing, man. That don't mean nothing. Somebody could watch film all day and still fail the test. Still fail the test.
He's not scared of contact. He's gonna come up, step up and make the play when the plays need to be made. So that's what really excites me about him, and I can't wait to play with him because, like I said, we both had a lot of success at Maryland together in terms of pushing each other and in terms of elevating the standard at Maryland. And so I can't wait till we get to the Dolphins and we continue to help build each other and learn from the vets. So that way, we can in return, help lead and help take control. So that'd be very fun to do with him.
Yeah, it seems like he cares about the team, man. It seems like he cares and honors this team. I could definitely respect that about Jordan Phillips. Most definitely. Here we got him. Oh, he's from Florida. OC, Florida? Where's that at? Let me search that up real quick. OC, Florida. I should have known he was a Florida boy. I had a feeling. I got it up on maps. Okay, Florida. Oh, he by Orlando. Yeah, so he basically from Orlando. Yeah, he basically is from this area. Okay. All right. I wonder why he committed to Maryland if he stays in Florida. I wonder why. He committed to Tennessee out of high school. 6'2", 300. He's a 3-star recruit. He had 27 offers. That's a good amount. Let me see here. A shout out to Jordan Phillips. Welcome to the Dolphins. Yeah, I guess you could call this homecoming, even though Orlando is northern Florida, You could call this a homecoming. Let me see here. Let me check this out real quick. Let's watch some of his high school highlights first. See what he did in high school.
With Lucid, IT teams don't have to start from square one. Need a work order process? Describe what you need and generate a flowchart automatically with AI. Create tech. With Lucid, IT teams don't have to start from.
I'm trying to skip the ad. Hold on, y'all.
It's not easy. Professional grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay. He looked like a smaller D tackle in high school. He's definitely the more shifty, more athletic D tackle. Yeah, not bad from him, man. In the pursuit of Kenneth Grant, you know, should definitely help a guy like this in his pursuit. You know, if Kenneth Grant running to the ball and you not, that's going to be noticeable on the field. That's going to be noticeable. So our defense, we just adding go-getters. People who going to go get the ball no matter if they see other people over there that could get the ball. People going to try to pile in. Yeah, Jordan Phillips, he was a nice player in high school, nice player, to be honest. I wouldn't say he's better than what we have in our room right now. He got the potential to be, you know, but at best, probably D tackle number 3. D tackle number 3, in my opinion. Y'all let me know in the comments, man. Y'all let me know. All right, so we watched the high school highlights of him. Right here, I got another clip.
Maryland has 0. 3 rushing yards. Maryland has 0. Johnson wrapped up in the backfield that time.
Good tackle.
It had been working, but this time the Terrapins with Jordan Phillips, the nose tackle, 3 rushing yards.
Because it looked like he'd be in the weight room a lot. Like he definitely
Johnson
put that work
wrapped up in the backfield that time. It had been working, but this time the Terrapins with Jordan Phillips, the nose tackle, 3 rushing yards.
Right here, we have Phillips, 0 technique, up against the center. Let's check this out. Good strength to push him back. He tried to set the tone on that line of scrimmage, but he ain't blocked shit quick enough. He looked through the wrong gap, switch over to the next one, boom, made a tackle. So this is a hard guy to handle one-on-one. Hard guy to handle number 1. Here we have him up against right guard. Let's check this out. You know, he low-key getting washed down, you know, on that one. Low-key getting washed down, but that's the lightweight that he carries. You know, you don't want to put him in those situations as to where he could get washed down like that. This is him at zero technique up against Jonah. Let's check this out. Oh, that's not Jonah, but that's 70. Still got the tackle. One thing about Jordan Phillips, he's going to make sure he make contact with you just to make sure he got you. But yeah, pretty good tackler, man. You know, he could definitely work on getting to the quarterback still. You know, but other than that, he should be a good player for the Dolphins. Should be a good to average player. You know, I don't want to be too cocky about it, but you know, I gotta have confidence in regards to all of our rookies. I gotta have some type of confidence if I want this team to be better. I really do. I think we just watched this clip. Yeah, I think we just watched it.
The guy that has.
Here's the head coach for. Oh wait. Okay, just want to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong.
When you look at Jordan Phillips, you see a guy that has the unrelentless work ethic. There's not a guy in the country that I think will outwork Jordan Phillips, and you'll see the passion he has for the game. And then when you look,
not a guy in the country that could outwork Jordan Phillips, man. Not a guy in the country. Coming from the head coach. Coming from the head coach, man. Yeah, he's using his hands. He just got to work on making everything come together. Yeah, he let that O-line kind of like lock out on him. I mean, it seems like after that first move not working, and he tried to go to the second move and it don't work either, he'll just give up. You know, but there's just too much traits there for him not to get up. You know, he got the traits to beat people consistently, but it don't seem like he doing it. Yeah, he almost got that one. He only got that one. $52. Okay. Okay, yeah. I believe these are the one-on-ones. Let me see what Iraq said. He low-key was getting washed down. You know, I didn't want to say it in that way. You know, he's still a draft pick. I didn't want to like disrespect the man. So I just said it in a polite way. You know, I want to see him on that football field first to judge him completely and correctly. We're gonna see, but he in a good room. That's what I'm saying. Zach Sealer, Kenneth Grant, you know, and Zeke Biggers, man. We got a lot of guys in there. A lot of guys.
Nobody in college football will outwork me. I say that with all humbleness in me. I don't care who you are, where you from. You know what I'm saying? I'm making my personal mission to outwork everybody.
He make it his personal mission to outwork everybody. I love that right there, man. Love that. He dedicated. I don't gotta question his character after saying that. I don't know.
At the end of the day, this is all that really matters to me is this program. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah. I'm not getting that. I'm good. But here we have Jordan Phillips after the Shrine Bowl a few weeks ago. Let's check it out.
I'm a gentleman off the field.
I'm here with Maryland defensive tackle Jordan Phillips, who's just seeing his stock continue to rise with some of his practices out here at East West Shrine Bowl. How would you describe yourself?
I'm a beast, you know. I'm a gentleman off the field. You know, everything I do is genuine, and all I'm trying to do is just show everybody who I truly am.
And when we talk about the beast, I've heard a little bit about your work in the gym.
Absolutely. You know, I'm big on, you know, working out. Working out is honestly my second passion. Obviously, football is my first. And just a couple of numbers that I put up in the weight room: squat 705, bench 495, power clean 395.
What?
Yeah, I already feel like he had his resume ready to go, and I feel like
That's good, man. Those are good numbers. 705 on a squat. Nobody should be able to block you after that. Nobody.
Yeah, I already feel like he had his resume ready to go.
705. A couple of numbers that I put up. See, my second passion. Obviously, football is my first. And just a couple of numbers that I put up in the weight room: squat 705, bench 495, power clean 395.
See, I already feel like he had his resume ready to go, and I feel like you can tell you've been.
But Saquon, what he did 405 on the clean as a running back. Saquon Barkley.
Doing a lot of interviews out here. Wrestling was also a passion for you in high school. How did you marry that with why you could be in a really tough interior presence on the defensive line?
Honestly, wrestling really exposes who you are. Like it honestly develops you like on the mat. You know what I'm saying? It's just mano y mano. You know, you get pinned in front of everybody. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to live with that. And honestly, wrestling has taught me leverage. It's taught me body control. You know, it's taught me the important joints of the body, how to control a man. And in the trenches, you need that, especially as a defensive lineman.
All right, beast, gentleman, and now add personality to your resume. I think whatever team gets you is going to have a lot of fun. Look forward to seeing you this week.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Of course.
A shout out to the new D tackle Jordan Phillips. Seems like a cool guy, but we just got to see if he's going to fit on the field. Good sack on that one. 65 couldn't handle him. Single block. Single man block. Yeah, he definitely needed help against a few guys. This wasn't the only game. Yeah, man. Let's see. We have more clips of Jordan Phillips.
With their offensive line. I will say this on Jordan Phillips, former all everything as a wrestler. You know what you're going to get with those guys up front, whether they're offensive lineman or defensive lineman. Winning in isolated scenarios and winning with leverage is the biggest thing that pops on Jordan Phillips' tape. And I'll say this, even at podium sessions throughout the week, I don't know if there's a player that I enjoyed more hearing from than Jordan Phillips. From the start of his podium session to the end, I just felt like walking out of there, I felt like I wanted to run through a brick wall for a guy like Jordan Phillips. And for someone like that to come into Buffalo where you need more push up front and you need just some guys that have that mental attitude to say, I want to beat this guy in front of me and I take every single rep personally, that's where I'm at with Jordan Phillips. And I think I know we didn't blow away in testing, but you turn on the tape and you see his background and also the technicality at the position, that's someone I'm going to take a chance on who I really do like in this class as another name within this interior group. I will say this on
Yeah, man, Jordan Phillips. Of course, we're not going to be the combine winners, but it just shows that I think that Jordan Phillips, this pick, I give it like a B. A solid B minus. Solid B minus. I could have sworn there were a few other D tackles that I like, but Jordan Phillips, it would make sense at this spot. It would make sense. It would. I think we already watched this one. Yeah, I don't think we watched this one right here. This is him. He just drove that guard back to his center's lap, man. That's crazy. Hey, TJ Yeldon, you better block. If you do block for me again, you better block. Let me see. I'm just trying to find some clips for y'all. Right here, you have Jordan Phillips at the draft. Let's check this out.
Yeah! I want to talk about that boy Trader. We back together now. Get that on TV right now. Get my boy on TV, huh? So that.
Oh my God! Yes, congratulations, Dante.
Yeah, he might be a dog for real, man. That Trader dude, Dante Trader, that's the pick I don't like the most. But, Jordan Phillips' reaction to us getting him, it shows a different story. It does. Let me see here. Yeah, we watched a few of those plays already. All right. I believe that is it for Jordan Phillips. I believe so. I gotta check something else out. 1 second. Jordan Phillips NFL draft. All right, 6'2", 312, 31-inch arms. Average backup will eventually be a starter. 29 on the bench. Not bad, man. Not bad. All right. Who's the next person I got for y'all? I gotta see what that draft order looking like. Miami Dolphins draft order. $2025. So we did Kenneth Grant. Who else we did? We did Jonah. We did Jordan Phillips. We got Jason Marshall next. Jason Marshall. Shout out to that boy. Shout out to him. Gator Nation. You already know. Hold on real quick. React to him and see what he's talking about. But before I do react to him, I'll be right back. Put you on a brief hold. I gotta do something. My apologies, but I will be back. Please stay tuned, man. Please stay tuned. What's good, y'all? I'm back. My bad, y'all. My bad. Okay, let me see. All right, I still got some of y'all in here. Are we good? We good. Next up, we got Jason Marshall. As y'all know, I am a Gators fan. But Jason Marshall, he kind of let me down. You know, I still love him though. He kind of let me down in regards to his 5-star rating coming out of high school. We could check out 24/7 Sports right now. Do that right now. See, 5-star 98. You know, when you see this, you're expecting all pro, first round pick. You know, but he got picked in the 6th round. Got picked in the 6th round. So there was some type of regression there in regards to how he was viewed coming out of high school compared to how he was viewed coming out of Florida. Some type of regression, but you know, he has the physical traits to be a very good cornerback, man on man on the outside. You know, he could play a little bit of slot, you know, if you want him to. You know, but he doesn't solidify the cornerback room. We still are looking for free agent cornerbacks at the current moment. So I don't think he helps the Dolphins out right now. But if we hit off of this pick, he could turn into a very good cornerback. You know, I don't think he's ready yet to be cornerback number 1, you know, but cornerback number 2 could be in his future. Could be in his future. So we're going to see. We're going to see. But he is from the crib, though, so I love that about him. He is from the crib, and he went to Florida. So that's like the perfect pairing. That's like a different person of me, you know. 6'2", 180. You know, they be lying on 24/7 Sports sometimes. They be lying. He was ranked number 25 overall in the nation. 25, man. Number 5 in all of Florida. You know, he was highly touted in high school. Leonard Taylor, he on the Jets right now. J.C. Latham, I think he on the he on the Titans right now. He the left tackle for the Titans. Dallas Turner, Vikings. James Williams, Titans. Jason, he just entered the NFL. Terrion Arnold, Lions. Ja'Cory Brooks, I think he's still at Louisville right now. He's still at Louisville. Xavier Sori, he a free agent. JJ McCarthy, he from Florida? No, he from Illinois. Okay, so somebody else was from IMG. Yeah, J.C. Latham, he from Wisconsin. Okay. If you went to IMG, that don't count as you being from Florida. I'm sorry. That don't count. Terrence Lewis, what happened to him? I ain't hear from him in a minute. Keanu Koo, I forgot about him. I don't know what happened with him. Ajayi Hall, he got in too much trouble. I don't even think he's playing football no more. Mario Williams, he just went undrafted. Christian Larry, what happened to him? I think he got in trouble for something. Raheem Sanders, I think he's still at South Carolina. Marcus Burke, he transferred away from the Gators. He's not with us no more. He just got drafted. I heard his name. Stutzman. Yeah, this is a long list, man. Jason Marshall. Let me get back to it. I'm going to watch his interview first. Then we're going to watch his high school highlight. I'm going to watch his interview first.
Welcome back to Miami. Of course, I know you're a Miami guy. Went to Palmetto High. I want to know, did you grow up a Dolphins fan, and what was the reaction knowing that you'd be coming back home?
Honestly, I mean, I went to a lot of Dolphins games. So, you know, they was definitely high up there. I watched a lot of games and stuff like that. So, I mean, you know, once I got the call, I mean, it's a surreal moment to be able to, you know, play back at home. So.
And this is a franchise that will offer an opportunity at cornerback. Obviously, they had a need there and are in talks of trading Jalen Ramsey. So, what do you think of the opportunity with your first NFL team here?
Definitely a great opportunity. I'm coming in ready to work. Like you said, it's a big opportunity, and I gotta make forth of that. So
Cool. Thanks. Congratulations.
thank you.
Joe Shad.
Hey, Jason, it's Joe from the Palm Beach Post. Nice to meet you.
How you doing?
Were you a Dolphins fan, or did you have a different team as a youngster?
I don't have a favorite team, but like I said, I've been to a lot of Dolphins games since it's really you would say down the street. But yeah, I wouldn't say I had a specific team that I like.
Is there a Dolphins corner or another NFL corner that you've very much enjoyed watching, studying, all that?
Well, in my books, number one is Jalen Ramsey.
Wow. Hey, this is just a sign like Jalen Ramsey, you gotta stay, man. You gotta stay, Jalen. You heard what he just said. He watched you, number one. You number one. Plus, like, if we bring in Jason Marshall, we can't throw him in the fire and going up against CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase. He gonna get skint. His first year. Maybe he could hold it down. Who knows? I do have faith in Jason Marshall. I do have faith in him, but I don't want to put him in a fire too quick. It will be a better environment to put him in there with Jalen Ramsey. Instead of just him by himself. Right now, the best cornerback is Artie Burns or Kader Kohu. So, I'd rather him go to a better situation alongside cornerback number one rather than him being in the running to be a cornerback number one.
Especially with his size, his strength, and basically how he plays the game. I would say Jalen Ramsey. So I try to model my game, somewhat after him.
Crazy, man.
Thanks, man.
I'm gonna crop this part out and I'm gonna send it directly to Jalen Ramsey. That's what I'm gonna do. I got y'all, man. He need to see this message right here. He need to see this, man. This might make him stay. Who knows? Maybe I'm crazy. Y'all let me know in the comments. I might be crazy.
Travis.
Hey, Jason, what's up, man? Welcome back home to South Florida, man. It's good to see you. My question for you was watching you play a lot of your games in Florida, like a lot of really good man coverage reps. I'm just curious how you balance like the concept of playing man and zone, and how you think that can translate to the next level.
Honestly, I'm well to play with any, form of defense, whatever the coach throws at me. I'm willing to go out there and, perform at a high level. So honestly, playing man, whether it's cover 3, cover, whatever the coverage is, I'm willing to go out there and, perform at my highest.
Yeah, that's the good thing about Marshall. He's tall. He's pretty tall for a corner. Got good speed, good vertical for a corner. So he will be able to play anywhere, slot, outside, maybe even some safety, man. I do want to see him try safety just to see. I do want to see that.
I know you got a lot of offers coming out of high school, and being a Miami kid, choosing to go up to Gainesville. Did you get a lot of flack for that back in those days when you made that choice?
Definitely, especially being highly rated. Miami wanted me really bad. But ultimately chose Florida just by, going up there. It's a different scenery. Being able to meet new people, have different opportunities. And basically I took that opportunity and ran with it. Was able to, play my freshman year from then on, but now I'm back at home, so
Good stuff, man. Thanks again and welcome.
That's like a dream, man. You go to high school in Miami, you go to Florida, then you go back to Miami. That would be my dream career. If I was still playing football, that would be like my goal right there. Go to Florida and then go to the Miami Dolphins. That's like a dream.
Hassam.
Hi, Jason. Welcome back to Miami. I know it's great to be home for you. Head coach Mike McDaniel always says that adversity is opportunity. And at the end of last season at Florida, you suffered a season-ending injury, but you recovered to impress at the NFL Combine. You had great 40 time, 37.5-inch vertical and 10-foot broad jump. What was the feedback you got from the Dolphins, if any, at the Combine?
Honestly, it was just, talking to scouts and stuff like that. But as far as like feedback or anything, I didn't really get that much. And then I feel like where it all turned around was at my local day when I previously went there a couple weeks ago. So
Oh, okay. So there's like a camp that they throw for like the local kids, the people who are from Miami. And I guess he bought out at that. Then Mike McDaniel was like, oh, damn, who's that? Who's that locking everybody down? Who that? It was Jason Marshall.
We'll go to David Fronis.
Hey, Jason. So you mentioned those memories of going to those Dolphins games. I wonder, do you have any games that stood out to you that you went to? Key memories from those times going over to Hard Rock Stadium watching the Dolphins.
Honestly, just being there, being a little kid and just going to the stadium, sitting in the stadium seats and like, man, like I'm dreaming to be here, and today that opportunity came up and now I'm gonna be on the field. So I would say that's, the biggest thing, being able to see all the players that went through Dolphins history that played on that field these previous seasons, but now my name being called and I'm having the opportunity to go out and play on the field as well.
And would that be with youth teams or something, or did you just go on your own with friends and family?
Oh, with family.
Okay, yeah. And the other question I want to ask you is Leonard Taylor, your guy from Palmetto. He's with the Jets. So what's that going to be like now being on rival teams, which I guess you kind of were in college, Miami and Florida, but also now in the pros.
I mean, LT, that's my guy. But again, we going out there competing. This is a life opportunity for both of us.
Bruh, Captain. What you talking about? What he said? Let Jalen bounce. He's always unhappy after 2 seasons. Hey, we gonna need him for another one though. That's all I know. We gonna need him for another one. Let's hope Jalen Ramsey stays, man.
Especially where we come from. And then obviously going to the same school in high school. But like I said, this is a blessing and a great opportunity for both of us to be in this predicament now. So
cool.
Omar?
Jason, you said things started to turn around to you in terms of your communication with the Miami Dolphins at your pro day. What was it that really stood out to you? I mean, was it the coaching or some instruction or the on-field work?
Definitely the on-field work. I felt like I went out there and I was the best performer, honestly, in my opinion. Was able to set myself apart from everybody else. And then just the coaching staff, Coach Mike McDaniel, just talking to them, having conversation with them. And ultimately, I feel like that's where it changed that.
Did the communication grow from that point, in your opinion?
Yes, I honestly feel like yes.
How many other teams did you visit? Did you take any 30 visits?
To Green Bay.
To Green Bay?
Okay. Yes.
Oh, Green Bay. Interesting.
Thank you.
Joe Shad?
Jason, what do you feel is like the next step for you? Like what do you know you could do even better in the pros than you did in college?
Honestly, I'll say my game in general. My mindset coming into the building when I first get there, ready to work. And then, all the little bitty details that's on the field, I could work on. And like I said, just coming in ready to work, changing my mindset. So
forgive me if you answered this, but are you in Miami now?
Yes.
Which neighborhood? What
in Davie.
Trying to pull up on them. Oh, Davie.
You're in Davie now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I used to stay in Davie when I used to go to school down there. Used to stay over there. But shout out to Jason Marshall. Definitely has a chance to get a lot of playing time at DB. You know, he has a lot of upside to be better than Kader Kohu. I'll say that. He has the upside to be better than Kader Kohu, but you know, that's saying something, but not too much. Not too much. Let me look for some high school highlights real quick. We gotta go back to the roots, man. Hold on. We're gonna see why they rated him a 5-star in high school. We're gonna see why. Is this him? Yeah, this is him. Fire football, Florida. What the hell? What this is? Nah, this gotta be real highlights. Yeah, y'all laughing. Y'all laughing. Yeah, no wonder he didn't seem too happy when got drafted with his family. Green Bay, no wonder. That's strange. Yeah, that's an easy pick right there. You see that he moving. Oh, he scored on that one? Okay. I used to play on this field right here. This field right here, I used to play on this field for JUCO when I was playing. Used to play on this field. Pick. If he take this back, man, he gonna be a good player for the Dolphins. If he take this back, he gonna be a good player for the Dolphins, man. Look, he took it back. Oh, he played receiver too. Okay, he got good hands. Oh, good catch. Ooh. Ooh. He trying to be Travis Hunter. Oh, good hit. Oh, he just stripped the ball. Oh, okay. Do that this year. Watch what happens. Do that this year. Watch what happens. Watch what I'm going to do. Watch. If he get a good number, I'll get his jersey. If he get a good number. Ooh, easy. Now I see why he was a 5-star. Give me that. Man, how much picks he got in 1 year? He got a lot of picks on this highlight. Yeah, he got good hands. He making tough interceptions. It's showing you like he a really good receiver. Some guys, they make them play DB when they don't have hands, but it seems like it don't matter. DB receiver, you know, he'll be a good player. Like, he doing this against Miami schools, man. You know, good talent. So I think there's upside there to be at least an average cornerback in the NFL. You know, he got the speed to go up against fast receivers. He got the size to go up against tall receivers. So the Dolphins got to see if we could put everything together with him. We got to see. You know, but the Dolphins still being interested in free agent cornerbacks, it makes me worried about them not being okay with just Jason Marshall. You know, they rather go invest in another guy again, you know, because they're pretty sure that they're going to lose Jalen Ramsey. You know, I thought we were going to trade him during the draft, but we didn't trade him. He's still on the team. So maybe we will try to trade for a future pick, possibly. We're going to see. We're gonna see, but we're hoping this guy could be the Jalen Ramsey replacement. That's what we're hoping. That's what we're hoping. If it's not him, it's probably gonna be a veteran that we're gonna pick up from off the street. And I know we're gonna add another big time veteran. Stephen Gilmore. He's still on the street. I don't know if he'll be okay with coming to Miami. A change of weather. Y'all let me know any quarterbacks y'all thinking about, veteran cornerbacks. Let me know in the comments. Let me see here. All right. Right here, we got Jason Marshall versus Seminoles. I hate this team right here. Hate this team. Yeah, we beat the AI this game. We definitely got in that this game, man. I think it was like 40-15, something like that. Florida beat the brakes off of FSU this year. But yeah, that's Jason Marshall. He a good man-to-man corner. I'm not even gonna lie, very good. Zone, I don't know. Maybe Weaver send him out on blitzes sometimes. It seems like he a very decent tackler. He's not that bad at tackling. He could lay that wood if he really wanted to, man. I know he can. Here we got him on the outside. Let me remove the comment real quick. Against number 7. I don't know who number 7 is. You see, good pass deflection. He seemed like a speedy receiver. But that ain't matter. Look, right on him. Ball out. I love that speed that he got at his size. That's impressive. Good job getting that ball out. I said I'll give Asante Samuel Jr. a chance. About Asante, I'm hearing that his shoulder, there's some question marks about it. And also, maybe he asking for a little bit too much money, even though he has a shoulder issue. That's what I'm hearing about him. That's what I'm hearing. But we're going to see if it's him. We're going to see. Right here we have Jason Marshall on the bottom. I might call him just JM. I got to find a nickname for him. Got to find a nickname. Oh, let me remove the comment real quick. This is against FSU. I don't think he picked that off, but good job being there. Like, his man-to-man reps are very impressive to me. Very impressive. His zone reps, you could catch him messing up a few times on those, for sure. But look, good tackler. Good job. Good diagnosis of the play. He seen it was a screenplay. Bam. Give me that. See? That's what Anthony Weaver going to do with him. That's what Anthony Weaver going to do with him. Look, sending him out. He's going to be in the slot. He's a guy that could play slot. It's not impossible for him. He could play slot, but he's going to send him, boom, straight on a blitz, sack. Give me that. We're not going to make you look bad, man. We're not going to make you look bad. We're going to send you out on blitzes. We're going to try to hide you in coverage. We barely going to put you in coverage. We're just going to move you around wherever we need you. And if we use Marshall the right way on this defense, then good things could happen. Good things could happen. But if you put him in bad situations, he probably like once or twice a game he might get burnt. You know, and I feel like Miami's liable to put him in a situation now that Jalen Ramsey is leaving. You know, but we're gonna see if we could settle everything with the new cornerback. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Good tackle right there. See, good at man. Good tackler. You know, I do see the potential as a safety, you know, but whatever the coaching staff put him in as, you know, I'll support it. And I know that's what he's working towards, to be honest. This is his vertical at his pro day. He got a 37.5. 37.5. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good for a cornerback. So that's another good attribute when you're going up against taller receivers. You know, when that quarterback throw that jump ball, you're going to need that cornerback that could jump up with that 6'5" receiver. You know, so he definitely has that height, that jump. He got that speed to go up against those fast slot receivers, man to man. You know, so he has all the traits, but he just got to make everything click. That's the only issue. That's the only issue. But, hey, he a Florida boy, so I'm riding with him regardless, man. Riding with him regardless. This is him running his 40 at the pro day. See, he moving. He's moving. He moving. Most definitely. Him at Florida practice. Good hands. Y'all seen how he caught that? That's not an easy catch right there. Not an easy catch. His hips need a little bit of work, but he okay. He okay. Yeah. This is him getting the call. It seemed like his family was happy when they got the call that he got picked by the Dolphin. It seemed like it. But the family crying, man. The family is crying. They wanted him to stay in Miami so bad. So bad, man. I love it, though. I love it, though. That's crazy. I would react the same way, man. If I had a son and he got drafted by the Dolphins, man, I might break down in tears, man. That would be a dream right there, man. My son playing for the Dolphins, man. That would be crazy. Oh, I gave you a sneak peek of who's next. Gave you a sneak peek of who's next. Let me see if I have anything else. So, Jason. Let me see. Jason Marshall Jr. Let me see here. Just looking real quick, y'all. Just looking. All right. guess that's his mom and dad. Yeah, he definitely looked like his dad. Definitely. Yeah, that boy moving, man. I'm not gonna lie. He moving. He moving. Even though it's not a 4-3 like y'all want, 4-4 is good for a cornerback. 4-4 is good, especially a cornerback of his size. I'm not sure if he was better picked. Thought Burke from Ohio State was better. He was on the board at that time. I did see that. But Miami Dolphins went with Jason Marshall. I'm not going to complain about it because he's from Florida, but Burke, I would have preferred him low key. Low key. This is a second attempt.
Oh no, he might get it.
Okay, third. Sure. I ain't even going up for nothing right now, bro, because you're hearing so many different things. I think we just started. Yeah. These are what?
Marshall, man, you got a tough task this year, man. You got Deebo Samuel. Who else you got? You got Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. You got Stephon Diggs twice this year. You got Garrett Wilson. Who else you got? Don't we play the Chargers? Lam McConkey. He ain't nothing to play with. Man. Who else we got? I think we got the Seahawks or the Panthers. Either or. Like I'm saying, there's a lot of good receivers that we're going to be playing next year. And you just going to have to be ready if you end up being that last DB that we add. I'm pretty sure we're going to add more DBs. Pretty sure about that. But those going to be your shots in regards to showing us if you could really play in this league and get valuable minutes. We're going to see what you do during the preseason against some good competition. You may get some starts just so we can see what we got. We're going to see. You're definitely going to see. But I do see the potential in Jason Marshall. I do see why we picked him up. So I give this pick B-. B-. Close to a C, but B-. Next person I got is, let me see here. Dante Trader, DB out of Maryland. So we got the homeboy of Jordan Phillips. So I'm pretty sure them boys happy, man. They're gonna be lit in Miami. Don't have too much fun. Don't have too much fun here, man. But hey, welcome to Miami, bro. Let's check him out, man. See what he about.
On
Appreciate it.
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Dante? Congratulations on being drafted by the Miami Dolphins and welcome to Miami. I'm curious, in 2023, you played lacrosse and football. What was the decision that went into going into football full time?
It was more, I had a shot to, go to the league. I talked to my coaches, but ultimately it was just my body. Playing 18 straight months of two sports is hard on the body and the mind. And to set myself up to, be in the best position to get my name called like today, I had to take the summer off, the spring off to just be meshed with my team and just get my body right. So it was more of like a body perspective.
Okay.
Go, Shad.
And Dante, it's Joe with the Palm Beach Post. Congratulations.
Appreciate
I'm
it.
reading one of the reports here. It says that an NFL scout said that you have motivational quotes on Post-its on a mirror. Is that true? And I don't know if you're there, but are you at your apartment now?
No, I'm not at my apartment. It's not big enough to
Okay.
fit my family.
Is there a quote that you know by heart, or that's sort of similar, something you try to live by, or that's important to you?
It's more of like, you know, I have like a message board of how I'm feeling or my goals and things like that. So it varies week to week. So I put my goals up there so I can see them, whether people believe in I can do it or not. Just being drafted to be one of them. And then, you know, I'll always on my mirror, especially in season, is be a pest, be a pest. I write it on my hand. I write it every time I can see it. Just that mentality I like to carry when I'm on the field. So when I always,
You know, with this pick, man, I'm feeling like these one of those picks that end up being like a Nick Needham. You know, just one of those DBs that end up staying on the team for a long period of time. You know, maybe he ends up being better than that. Who knows? Who knows? But each year, you know, Chris Greer, he takes a shot at a DB, you know, hoping that they work each year. You know, towards the later rounds too. That's when last year we had got Patrick McMorris. So this year, this feels like the Patrick McMorris of this year. But we're going to see, man. We're going to see. It seems like Jordan Phillips a dog. If Jordan Phillips end up being a dog, we might see some, like, flashy plays from Trader. We might see him.
remind myself to the mindset mentality that I need to have every day, and I go. That's just what I do. So the message boards on my mirror, and even in my journals, I have multiple quotes that, you know, sometimes are very vulgar, sometimes are clean, but anything to get me motivated.
Pest, I like that. You know, there's a trend in the NFL where NFL teams will use a third safety often.
Yes, sir.
And it'll be a sort of a versatile chess piece. He might blitz from the edge. He might roll deep. He might cover a tight end. How much experience do you have, for example, covering tight ends and running backs, and also how much experience do you have in terms of moving around in different positions on the field?
Yeah, I played almost every position on the field that DBs can play, even some outside corners when I had to fix mistakes of corners and things like that. I played in the box. I played in 2 high, 1 high, covered a lot of tight ends, covered some slots. You know, I'm very versatile, jack of all trades. Even I showed my versatility at the Senior Bowl, covering slots and blanketing slots. I mean, blanketing tight ends, which I covered at the Senior Bowl. But
yeah, he did a pretty good job at the Senior Bowl, you know, covering people. You know, but at the same time, you know, he ain't win every rep. But I noticed the reps that he wasn't winning were against like bigger receivers. You know, the receivers with like long wingspans. Those are the receivers that he has trouble with. You know, because he's not that big of a guy. You know, he don't have the longest of wingspans. He's not that tall. You know, but he does show the effort to go up against anybody. You know, it seems like he has the traits to do that. You know, they allow him to do that on film. So that could be something that translates to the NFL, him being able to, or even trying to cover people that he shouldn't be able to cover. But y'all get what I'm trying to say. Y'all get it. It's kind of weird with this guy. It's kind of where everybody else, I understood the pick, but with this pick, I didn't understand it. I didn't, but I'm trying to make sense of it now. I'm trying to fill them out, man. See what's up with them.
Anywhere the coach needs me to play, I'm able to play. I've had multiple years of playing in many systems against many types of personnels, from full spread teams to, you know, ground and pound 13T personnels in Iowa and Nebraska. So I've done it all and seen it all.
Jim, you won't believe this. I have ServiceNow AI agents.
Me too. I trained all mine to eat, sleep, and breathe customer service.
Thanks, Tonto.
Hal?
Dante, Hal Habib with the Palm Beach Post. Welcome.
How we doing?
I'm doing all right, thanks. Going back to your goals that you mentioned, you have goals for this week and goals beyond. What would you say are your goals for 2025 as working in the NFL?
First, I want to make the team. That's just the bare minimum for me, is making the team. Then just establishing myself as, you know, even a young leader that's going to be promising in the next couple of years, and this team, being on a 4 core guy and then eventually starting by the end of my year. Always shoot high, because your goals have to align with what you do on and off the field. So if I'm doing everything I need to do to be able to get to those goals, I'm gonna land amongst the stars. You know what I'm saying? You're shooting for the moon, land amongst the stars type deal.
And in terms of being a pest,
So he know himself. He fighting to make the team right now. Not even to be a starter. He just fighting to make the team.
are you a trash talker on the field?
Not really. I have a switch. I'll be going crazy out there if I'm being honest. It's just I just like to affect the game with my pads. I'm really not a trash talker. It comes out weird if I even say anything. So I let some of my teammates do that. But me, I'm one of those silent assassin guys that you're gonna have to be annoyed at and you can't get rid of.
All right. Thanks very much.
Okay.
Marcel?
That boy's serious, man.
How's it going? Dante Marcel Louis Jacques from ESPN. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. How we doing, Marcel?
I'm good, man. Look, man, I grew up on the West Coast. I know almost nothing about lacrosse.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping to speak to a former top 5 player in the country. How does...
Oh, he was top 5? Top 5 in the country? What?
Skill set in lacrosse transfer over to football? Are there any traits that carry over or any overlap there?
I would say physically, like I had to cover on an island. There's a lot more space for lacrosse, just being able to move and to change direction. So I have the short area quickness that DBs need. And then I would say a skill that I didn't realize until the back end was the mental part of the game. So, just going 2 sports allowed me to be resilient, and nothing can really bother me and get to me. And then also, like, lacrosse is very mental, kind of like a baseball game. So like you get in slumps and, you control the ball, like your play gets, exposed. In football, you can, be nervous or be not so good. And there's 10 other people to cover up your mistakes. So just being able to have the confidence that you need to, especially be a DB, like we get beat one time and we get called terrible. So you got to.
That's another good thing going for him. He played multiple sports. Based off what he does with lacrosse, it seems like it kind of helps him out on the football field as well, based off how he moves out there and how he tackles. Seems like a pretty good tackler. You can't break him out his feet, because in lacrosse, you kind of do like the same type of movement. So it makes sense.
Got to be able to be next play mentality. So I got the grit and then the mental fortitude from lacrosse.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Chris Perkins?
Hey, Dante, Chris Perkins from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. How you doing? Hang on, let me turn on my video here.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. All right, here we go. Yeah. How you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Hey, good. Hey, 2 questions for you. Number 1, I want to know how you got started playing lacrosse. I'm sure you know Jim Brown was a legendary lacrosse player, but how'd you get started?
Yeah, it was really when spring came around and my whole family played football, basketball, and baseball and softball. So
that's good that he got family bloodlines for football. That's good. That's good. So when he messing up, they're gonna be like, the family standard. You're supposed to be playing better than that. That's why it's so good to have a football family background.
I got tired of sitting at opening days for my sister. I was playing in the dirt. So my dad was like, look, I know you don't like this sport. Well, you're going to get the heck out of the house. So I was like, all right. He was like, yo, we got this sport called lacrosse. Go try it. I was like, all right, I'm going. I want to do it. So with me, like anything that's hard, I attack it. Like it pisses me off. So lacrosse is very hard to me. Football was natural. So I spent a lot of time and hours into lacrosse, and, it paid off in the end. But yeah, that's really how it started.
And the second question, I'm wondering if you have special team skills. I know a lot of top players don't usually play a lot of special teams. It'll be probably a key to you making the 53. Do you have special team skills, and how hard do you think it would be to attain them if you don't?
I've been a special teamer all my life.
Okay, I heard you say 4-core.
Yeah,
Okay.
4-core guy. That's how I got on the field as a freshman at Maryland. I was on the kick return, kickoff, punt block, even on the hands team as a freshman. And then as I got started, my coach allows you only be on 2, so I was on punt and punt block. And for us, punt was non-negotiable. I was like the wing adjuster. Well, ours like PP now in the NFL style punt. So it would be easy to be adjusted. I know that's the, you can win and lose games on special teams. So, I'm all for special teams to get my way on the field. So any way I can affect the game.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Dante.
Omar?
Special teams ace.
So Dante, I need you to tell the truth. Which sport is harder to play, lacrosse or football, and why?
That's a tough. You trying to put me on the spot?
That's the hot seat right here.
I would say they both. Can I have an even answer?
What?
They both
even.
They both got their levels of difficulty. Lacrosse takes a lot of like hand-eye coordination, being able to catch the ball, and then toughness to be able to take a metal pole across your arm or elbow. In football, there's some huge human beings out there from 6'6" to 300 pounds. You got to go play with, and guys running 4.2s got to be able to cover them. You got to be crazy to play a little bit of both. But I'll probably say football takes the cake just because of the physicality part.
Gotcha. Okay. And now, if the pay was
makes sense, makes sense.
Even, which one would you choose? I know it's not.
Pay was even.
Yeah.
Don't trick him out his spot, man. Do not trick him out his spot. If you say lacrosse, everybody gonna end up saying, "Oh, he don't love football." We drafted somebody who don't love football. Hey, Omar, you funny, man. Omar, you funny.
Which one would you choose? I know it's not.
Pay was even.
Yeah.
I'll probably be the first one to play two. Nah, I'm just messing. But I'll probably play football. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Why?
Good. Okay.
Why is that?
It was just my first love. It was natural to me. My mom gave me an NFL pillow that I still have. So when I was born, I always had a football around. Like I was the kid that goes to the, Friday night games and never watch the game because I'm playing, toss them up, throw them like with the other kids playing football the whole time. I used to get in trouble in, elementary and middle school because I always asked the gym teacher, could we play football instead of like sharks and minnows or stuff like that. But that was always me. So football was just always natural to me. So I picked that.
Thank you.
David Furonis?
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store.
Hey Dante, congratulations! Welcome to Miami.
Appreciate
I
it.
want to know your familiarity with your new defensive coordinator here, Anthony Weaver, and his scheme, different ways he uses the safeties, and what are your impressions of him? I'm assuming you've interacted with him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just because he brought me in here, went to bat for me, especially with Coach Mike Daniels and special team coordinators and everybody that the front office that's in the building brought me here. Just the ability to play mind games with the quarterback and show different looks and be aggressive in ways of blitzing, 2 high shells, 1 high shells, but just the versatility that he puts the safeties in fits my mold and my game. So I feel like I'll be able to do it.
Yeah, I got some clips. We're gonna check them out to see. We're gonna check them out. We're gonna check them out, IROC.
Well here.
And I'm wondering, you being at Maryland, and he was with the Ravens before. Did he ever talk about catching you there, or that you caught his eye, anything like that?
Not really. I mean, I didn't hear none of those conversations. I would probably be more with coaches and things like that.
Sure. Cool. Thanks.
We'll close it out with Hassam.
Hey Dante, Hussam Patel once again from 5 Reasons Sports. You mentioned that you've played everywhere on the field, more so like the star position. There are very few players in the NFL that can do everything all over the field in the secondary. So who would you compare yourself to in the NFL, and what players do you usually watch or try to comp yourself to?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very versatile. I really, like I said, the pest mindset, I didn't create that. I got that from watching Buda Baker growing up and, on my way to college and now. So he's always been a pest. So I like to try to embody my game after him. Nobody can recreate what Buda Baker does, but I just like his ability to affect the game in all facets, from being in the post, cover 2, covering, blitzing, just being all over the field, and you can't get rid of him. So just watching him and modeling my game after him, that's what I try to do.
Yeah, that's a good example right there. I like that example. Buda Baker. Yeah, he a dog, man. Buda Baker is a dog. Check out his high school page real quick. He's from Maryland. But that's crazy. He had no interest from the Ravens. No interest. Oh, he was an athlete, so he played multiple positions in high school. 3-star recruit. Boston College, Syracuse, Maryland. Okay. All right. Let me see if I can find some high school tape. You know, if we're going to see if he a dog, we're going to see through his high school tape. Junior year, is that the latest? Yeah, that's the latest. I'm going to play. Okay, you're right here. Oh, he at receiver right now. Okay. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, okay. He trying to play receiver. Good throw off top. Easy. This is him at DB. Oh, good pick. Oh, get off me. Yeah, he got good agility. Not the fastest, but good agility. Ooh. I'm seeing like Brandon Jones vibes. Oh, good hit. Ball came out too. Okay. Shoot, he might play receiver for the Dolphins. He might play receiver for the Dolphins, man. Good job seeing that. Yeah, it seems like he got good instincts. You know, the instincts make up for what he lacks athletically. You know. Let's check out Twitter.
I didn't know what I was doing. Let's just cut it. Let's just be honest. Like, I was doing everything by fire and it worked. Like, trial by fire and it worked. I was like, all right, like, if I don't know the playbook, I'm gonna go watch a lot of film. If I'm not strong, which I wasn't, I was 175 pounds, I'm gonna lift. If I'm not this, I'm gonna do that. Like, there's no secret sauce. When I was in like lacrosse mode and they were in spring ball, I was hopping back and forth, so I was lifting with football at like 6 a.m. Rehabbing over there, getting treatment, doing my extra film, and meeting with the young players that were having practice in spring ball. Then I would go over to lacrosse after I had my classes, obviously.
Crazy.
Meet extra early so I could catch up to everybody else. Then practice at 3, get home about like 6 or 7, and then trying to figure out how to do homework and doing it all over again. And then like some days I would hop over to football practice and watch them and help the youngins over there. But it was a lot of crossing and mix and match. And then when
Yeah, that's crazy, man. He was working hard doing lacrosse and football. Definitely was. You know, but sometimes when you're working hard, you know, it just makes you better, to be honest. Here's Jordan Phillips reacting to Trader getting drafted. Yeah! That boy too loud. That boy got crazy. That boy got crazy. She was scared of that. She was scared.
We back together now. Yo. Hey, boy, get that on TV right there. Hey, get my boy on TV, huh? Yo. Show that.
That's what I'm saying. Like it seemed like them boys, they riding for each other. So there has to be some type of value there with Dante Trader. You know, it seemed like he confident that he gonna be a good player for the Dolphins. That's what it seemed like. We're gonna see some type of flash from Dante Trader. We're probably not expecting it, but we're gonna see something in camp, and we're gonna be like, "Damn, who's that? Who's that?"
Yo.
Yeah, that was excited, man.
There have been people. It means the world. It means the world. Like I said, there have been people on every part of my life that allowed me to be there at that night in that special moment. There's so many people that instilled love, instilled confidence, instilled care and comfort for me, allow me to be there and be strong and be the Dante Trader I know. My dad, Dante Trader Sr., my mom, Ronnell Trader, I just love them. They allow me to be there. They're going to be right there by the side of me. And, you know, they knew the tears and the effort and the amount of calls I had to call my dad and mom. And, man, I'm just getting choked up about it now because I can just tell you it's going to be a bittersweet moment. I'm going to have the whole Eastern Shore behind me, the whole Dalmar community behind me, and I'm going to celebrate with them. And, you know, I'm always going to rep the 302, and people are going to know kids about the 302. I want to allow my light to shine in places that's been dark and allow people to know, hey, Delaware got some dogs. Delaware got some people that are coming in these next coming years. So I'm just one of the other trailblazers on the line to allow that to happen.
Yeah, shout out to him, man. One of the first to make it out of his city. Delaware, I don't know no talent from Delaware. To be honest. Nothing.
Trader, who is an excellent two-sport athlete.
Trader highlighted.
How you turn off the caption? He looked nice with that 12, though. Yeah, he hit. Bam. Okay. Yeah, he a hitter. Yeah, he a hitter. He not scared to hit. I'll say that. Ooh, okay. Now I see what you mean by that Patrick Peterson, Irod. Now I see what you mean. Now I see what you mean by him. Here's a clip of him playing lacrosse. Let's check this out. You know, you see how it kind of helps you out with the defense, like the lateral movements, trying to stay toe-to-toe with the guy. That's definitely going to help you improve on the football field in regards to when you shuffling and trying to get a tackle, you know. Yeah, he's not letting that boy get no goal. He's like, hell nah. You ain't scoring no goal on me. Nope. You better go the other way. You know, he was a highly ranked lacrosse player from what I'm hearing. So, yeah. Right here we have Dante Trader up against Beringstool. This is a 6'5", 6'6" tight end right here. You know, so this is a tough matchup for Trader, but he might be able to do his thing. We're gonna see. Yeah, good job on that one. Good job on that one, getting his arm out, deflecting the ball. But we don't know if this is going to be a very good tight end in the league. He went undrafted.
Is that tough, hard nosed? That we bought into that. It's been over the years. We just been not giving anything. So everything we do, we just trying to make it hard. We trying to turn it up. Every year since I've been here, you can even ask him. The summer programs got harder. Our winter programs got harder. Everything's been getting turned up. Just a slow boil. The slow boil should be ready to pressure. You know what I'm saying? That pressure to release. And this is that year that pressure gonna release. So the philosophy is always just be tough, fast, and strong. That's it.
Tough, fast, and strong. That's what the Dolphins need to be this year. But here's another video I seen, bro. You cannot play this sport if you're a Dolphin. Now that you're a Dolphin, we drafted you. You cannot play this sport again. Because look what they did to him on this. This is strange to me. Look,
Dante Trader with the second goal to make it 15.
they low-key beating him with the sticks, to be honest. They beating him with the stick. Is that how the game go? It's two of them too, not just one. It's two.
Dante Trader with the second goal to make it 15-10.
If that was my kid out there playing, I'm coming out there with my stick. I'm coming out there with my stick. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
CQ Stadium is roaring for Dante Trader. Something that they hadn't seen from him since back in November when Maryland football had their last game. Dante Trader with the second goal to make it 15-10. CQ Stadium.
Yeah, man, I gotta learn about lacrosse, man. I gotta learn. I don't really know too much about it. I don't really know.
Yeah, it looked like a.
Here's another example of a play that you would think that could help Dante Trader.
This game is an important. Yeah, it looked like it hit the backside of Dante Trader. So this game.
Just the instincts to see that this guy about to come and make a goal. He gonna dive and block the ball.
Is an important. Yeah.
He low-key put his body on the line for that one. Low-key. This is not gonna help you become the best NFL player, but keeping you active, it could definitely help you out in regards to tackling, kinda. When you really think about it. Here's another clip of him against Mason Taylor. We're probably going to see this a little bit more often now that Mason Taylor is a Jet now. Let's check this out. Yeah, bad throw on that one.
And this guy has an interesting resume for the NFL. At the University of Maryland, Dante Trader Jr. not only was a defensive back for the football team, but as you see here, he also played lacrosse. On the football field, Trader was a 3-year starter, grabbing 5 interceptions, posting 19 pass deflections as a Terp. Trader says his versatility as a dual sport athlete will help him when it comes to playing in the NFL.
I played lacrosse. It was like 18 months of straight sports. So that's pretty hard to do. You got to be crazy, to be honest, to do it. But I would say the resiliency and the mental toughness I gained was from lacrosse. Lacrosse is a very mental sport, so being able to be a defensive back on a football field, backpedaling against a guy running a 4-2 or 4-3 is not easy. Being able to bounce back and also be tough enough to go against tight ends and tackles and running backs, just, it all transpires from the other sport.
Our coverage leading up to the
hopefully the Dolphins scouted this one correctly, man. I do see why they have some interest in him, but it's just gonna be on the coaching staff with Dante Trader. There could be something there, man. I do see the flashes on film. I do see it.
Right, man. 1 degree. Dear Maryland,
I sit here today with pride, knowing I have achieved and grown so much here at my time at Maryland. 1 degree, 2 sports, and 4 unforgettable years here that have shaped me to the person I am today. First and foremost, I would love to thank God and the blessings and the tests He sent my way to learn from. Without Him, none of this is possible. To my family, your love and support has been my foundation through triumph and challenges. Mom and Dad, your sacrifices allowed me to chase my dreams, and I'm forever grateful.
Feeling the heat from Dante Trader.
To the 302 supporters, can't say enough, so love. To my teammates, I love y'all boys. I thank you for pushing me every single day, allowing me to lead you.
One-on-one, mano-a-mano for 4 quarters.
Allowing us to create bonds that will forever last with me. To my coaches, I would like to thank Coach Locks for giving me an opportunity to play here, for believing in me, for investing in me, and ultimately making me a better person than I came in as.
The sophomore from Del Mar, Delaware.
To my position coach, Coach Dub, Spav, Wes, Lazar.
I think this is just him announcing that he's going into the NFL. I think that's what it is. But hey, a shout out to Dante Trader Jr. I mentioned to y'all what I think. With this pick, I gotta give it a C-, man. Gotta give it a C-. It could turn into a B-. It could. It just depends on what I see during camp. Just depends. But shout out to Trader. Welcome to the team. I do see here that this is his Instagram. Let me check out his page real quick. Okay. Seems like he don't be on Instagram too much. And that was a pretty good defensive back room at Maryland at one point. Pretty good right here. All right. Next person we got. Ollie Gordon, running back. I think this is just disrespectful to Devon A-Chain, and Jalen Wright. Are we going to be running the ball every play now just so we can make sure we give Ollie Gordon 10 carries, we give Devon A-Chain 15 carries, and we give Jalen Wright at least 8 carries? I'm pretty sure Jalen Wright is not happy about this. I'm pretty sure about that. What I'm about to do right now? I'm about to go on his dad's Twitter page. I'm gonna see if he said anything about us drafting another running back. I think it's Curtis Wright or something like that. Okay, I found it. You see, he got Jalen Wright as his profile picture. April 5th was the last time he said anything. The draft just happened. So, yeah, them boys, they're not happy, man. I know they're not happy about that pick, the Ollie Gordon pick. I know they're not happy. Shoot, Jalen Wright, he might request a trade out of the team, man. Jalen Wright, he seemed like one of those dudes who would request a trade before his time is up. If you see things aren't going anywhere with the team, he might request a trade. But I do want to see Jalen Wright get touches, though. But when you bring a running back of Ollie Gordon's caliber, you like digging into everybody's carries now based on getting a guy that good, So it's crazy, man. Let me see. Let's go back to Ollie Gordon.
Travis, I work here with the team doing media in-house for us. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Great to see you. So I want to start off with this question because I saw reports that you were here for a visit with the Dolphins in the pre-draft process. I was curious how that went and maybe how that led to you getting drafted here.
I feel like it went great. I met with the staff. When I talked to the staff, I told them, I was fine with playing special teams, doing all that, doing what's best for the team, even if that's not seeing the field at running back at first. I felt like that helped, and the staff was just real with me. They kept it 100 with me, and I feel like I work with them. We can make something great happen.
So, Ollie, I got you listed here at 6'1", 225, but I feel like you played about 6'5", 270 because you just played really big. The Dolphins have been aggressive in free agency and the draft, getting big pieces on the offensive line, getting big blockers at tight end and receiver. You fit that mold. I'm curious how you think your physicality can help this Dolphins offense.
Just being at Miami and seeing everything going on, I feel like Miami is a huge downhill team, and I feel like that's one of the A+ things I have in my bag, coming to this draft, and I feel like that's just a perfect match with Miami, and Coach Mike, he real aggressive with it, so,
Thanks, Ollie. Appreciate it, man.
Chris Perkins.
I do want to dig into the off the field issues with Gordon. I do want to dig in, but right now I'm gonna just hear him out, see what he has to say first before I judge him based off of what everybody else will say.
Hey, Ollie, how you doing? Chris Perkins from the South Florida Sun Sentinel.
I'm good. How you doing, Mr. Chris?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Hey, a couple of questions for you. Number one, tell me about the pressure of being an Oklahoma State running back. Yeah, exactly, man. You got Barry Sanders and that whole
Good
line
point.
of guys. How
Good
tough
point.
is that?
I would just say it's really just living up to the expectation. Being a running back in that offense or just the school in general. You got to live up to the greats in front of you, and I feel like we definitely hold that and pride that at Oklahoma State, and I feel like I had to step up to that totem pole, and that's what really happened. So I feel like it's a lot of pressure, like you said, just seeing Barry, Thurman, Terry, all the greats just come through and, ball. So Chuba, Jalen Warren, it's just all greats around.
That's a lot of running backs.
Okay, and the second thing, how was the wait for you? What was the draft experience like? Did you go about where you thought? Were you nervous? Were you anxious? Were you chill? How were you?
If anybody can sit here and say they weren't anxious or nervous during this time, I feel like they'll be lying to y'all. But I'm gonna be real. I was a little anxious. I was a little nervous. But you gotta trust and believe. You just gotta stick to your gut. And the time came, and it came. God was great the whole time. Put my trust on Him, and we was good.
All right, thanks, Ollie.
Marcel.
Hey, Ollie, Marcel Louis Jacques with ESPN. Congratulations, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Curious, I see you went to Euless Trinity. I know y'all are like 5-6 years apart, but do you know Cater Kohu, or like have you ever been in contact with him?
So the crazy part is,
what?
So I got a brother. He played DB, and he be watching Cater tape. And the crazy part is, I was at my visit in Miami, and Cater was like, "You Ollie?" I'm like, "Yeah." He like, "I went to Euless Trinity." I'm like, "Oh, man, I know who you are." So I went ahead and talked to him. We dapped it up, and he told me, he was like, "Said I hope I see you here." And
why would you say that, Cater? Why would you say that? You forgot that Devon A-Chain's your teammate? You forgot that Jalen Wright's your teammate?
We here now, so we, what I'm saying? It's a little reunion. Can't go wrong with it.
That's crazy, man. Small world, right?
Small world for real.
Now, obviously, 2023, incredible season. That 2,000 yards from scrimmage. Things got tougher for you last year. I think I read a quote from a scout that said, "Just forget. Don't even watch the 24 tape. Watch 23. It wasn't his fault." I'm curious, from your perspective, though, what is something that you were proud of over this last season, despite the numbers not being what they were in 23?
I would just say the bond that I built with my teammates, even though things didn't go our way, I still feel like those are my brothers. I can call on them. I could call them right now. A bunch of them text me congratulations. But it's just the bond I got to build with them and, to be on the field with them. And it's just like, with me, I take, team pride as a team pride number one, even if we lose, and I'm still with my dogs regardless. And for them to stick by my side and I stick by their side, I feel like we good.
Appreciate it, man. Congrats once again. Welcome to Miami.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
David Fronis.
Hey, Ollie, congratulations. And just to stick on that subject, what do you feel were some of the factors that led to the difference in production, 2023 to 2024?
I would just say in 23, teams didn't really know who we were. They didn't really know what was coming. They didn't know the quarterback, the running back situation because, we rotated a lot. But as we got through 23, we figured out who we were, got stuff done. I feel like 24 teams went in and realized that they had to stop the run. Because, Oklahoma State, we love to run first. We're going to run first if anything. They don't have a bunch of great running backs for no reason. So I feel like once teams figured that out, stopped the run, and made us change our mind up and throw the ball, that's when I felt like we kind of got into a little hole.
Yeah. And I know you're very physical with your downhill running style. How would you describe your mindset when you've got the ball in your hands and you've got a defender in front of you that you're about to go through?
Honestly, my mindset is me versus you, and I'm banking on me every time. I can't sit here and lie to y'all. I'm banking on me every time when I'm in that one-on-one. So that's my mindset. It's either
A-Chain, man. He might be splitting carries with A-Chain. I'm not even gonna lie. He might be splitting carries with A-Chain, man. I'm not even gonna lie right now, man.
you gonna get out my way or I'm gonna run through you.
Damn.
Great. Thanks, man.
Yes, sir.
But that's what we needed. That's what we needed for the Miami Dolphins. Toughness. He just showed that right there. He just showed it. That's what we needed, man. So definitely a good pickup right here. I give this like a B plus pick.
Cashapp.
If you get over 1,000, this is an A minus. If you get over 1,000 all-purpose yards this year, bro, rushed for 1,700 yards 1 year. Let me see. I got the stats up right now. Oh yeah, 2023. 21 touchdowns. Yeah. Oh damn, he snapped this year. Let me see the game log. He probably cheated that year. He's probably getting the bulk of the carries, probably. Was that 2023? Yeah, it was 2023. But 21 touchdowns rushing, that's crazy. But you see how like the game logs look weird. It makes sense. Probably some games he played half the games. Probably then other games he'll play like the full game and get most of the carries. That's what it seems like. One game he had 4 rushing touchdowns, 282 yards. Damn. 271. Okay. 5 rushing touchdowns against BYU. 5. 3 against Houston. H-Town. So yeah, Ollie Gordon, who knows, man? He might pop out and split carries with A-Chain. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, y'all, it's Joe in Palm Beach. Nice to meet you.
How you doing, Mr. Joe?
All right. I got the Mr. Chris treatment. I made fun of Chris. I said, you're an old hat, and called you Mr. Chris. That's all right. I know I'm old. What do you think of Mike McDaniel?
As soon as I met him, I can't lie, I fell in love with him, man. It's just his energy. He just, I feel like he's what I would be if I was a head coach. His energy, his vibe, it's just, he kept everything true with me. He told me, he was like, your tape is great. Your 23 tape is great. Your 24 tape kind of held you down. But he was like, if you're there late rounds, we'll find you. And, he told me the offense fits me and that I can help the offense. And, like I said first, team is me first. So I'm here to do anything for the team.
Thanks, Ollie.
Yes, sir.
Al?
Hi, Ollie. Hal Habib with the Palm Beach Post. Welcome.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm older than all these other guys, so I'll just lay that out there. I wanted to go back for a minute to the 23 season. You had 1,700 yards, Doak Walker Award. I can envision where a running back would be thinking, really bright things for your future in terms of the NFL. What was going through your mind in terms of your NFL potential and your NFL career at that point?
Well, in 23, I couldn't really think of that because that was only my second year, so I didn't redshirt. So I was a true sophomore. And, you got to be out of high school 3 years. So I knew I couldn't come out then. But my mindset after that Doak Walker was really winning another Doak Walker, taking it to the next level, And, sometimes things don't go all as planned because if it did, everybody would be so successful, So it was just some of those things you got to take to the team, go back to the whiteboard, adapt to it, figure out what you got to change, and, keep moving on.
How do you describe your running style?
I would say I'm a bruiser. I'm going to run through you. I'm going to make you want to not tackle me late in games and beginning of games,
Like the one good thing that I could say about Ollie Gordon is, he had a small amount of carries 2022. He had the most carries in 2023, 285 yards, and then slowed down at 190. But even at 190 carries, he still got 13 touchdowns. Still got 13. So I think Ollie Gordon could score like 5-6 touchdowns for the Dolphins this year. 5-6 touchdowns. And on top of that, the load that he gets compared to some of these other running backs in this class, I'm gonna choose one of the best running backs in this whole class. Hold on. Let me see. We're going to look at his stats to see because he's kind of used up. I'm talking about Ashton Genty right now. That's what I'm talking about. He's now with the Raiders. But we're gonna check out his college carries. Look, 2024 he had 374 carries. 2023 220. 2022 156 carries. Compared to Ollie Gordon, Ollie Gordon has way less carries, so there could be more wear on the tire with Ollie Gordon compared to Ashton Genty. Ashton Genty, he might die out before Ollie Gordon based off their NFL careers. Who knows? Because Ollie Gordon, he was projected to be like the top running back in his whole class when he did what he did in 2023. And Ashton Genty came out and ran for over 2,000 yards, which made everybody forget about Ollie Gordon. And on top of that, the off-the-field issues with Ollie Gordon made him fall down in this draft to the point where he was available in the 6th round with our 179th pick, and we picked him up. At this point, you pretty much are saying best player available, even though you have Devon A-Chain, Jalen Wright. You're saying, oh, that's not enough. This guy, he's too good for us to pass up on at this point. Same thing with Quinn Ewers. He was just too good for us to not pick up just because of Tua. That should never be the case. Never. But yeah, man, Ollie Gordon. The good thing about him is just the wear and tear on the tires with him. He should be in good standing, man. Should be in good standing. On top of that, he's not going to get a lot of carries with the Dolphins. He's going to get quite a few, but not a lot.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Alan?
Active Campaign is the marketing automation platform built for big swings and big dreams.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Hi, Ali. I continue the parade of, I'm Alan with Miami Dolphins on that side.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Mr. Allen?
I'm good. Continuing the parade of old people. Mine, I show it with the white hair over here. So I come with the hard-hitting question. So you wore number 0 at Oklahoma State.
Right.
And the Dolphins just released some New Jersey numbers for veteran Zach Wilson. Was given number 0, except he's never worn it before in his career. So might you be inclined to try to have a conversation with Zach to see if he would be agreeable to letting you keep your number 0?
Hey, so look, when you come to these new teams, you come to different, you got to respect the vets. And, I don't want to be on no side of the vets. I want to take in and learn from them. So I'm going to be cool and, I'm going to be fine with the number I get for the first year. Like I said, I'm a team guy. So if my guy want to put that 0 on, that's my teammate now. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to respect him. He the big dog. And, I know my boundaries. So I'm going to be cool. I'm going to respect it. I just have to find something else I look good in.
Bro, you better go talk to Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson, I think Zach Wilson would just give it up. I think he would.
But you wouldn't mind if you were to say, oh, Ollie, there you go, you can have 0.
I mean, hey, if he gave it to me, I'm gonna have to give him a big hug, big hug. But if he didn't, I wouldn't even trip, And
you gotta get more than that. You got to give a paycheck. You don't have to give money.
I wouldn't even go out my way to ask for it, So it's just a respect thing, Like if I was the bet and I had to, I just changed my number to 0 and we got a younger guy coming in, I'm not giving up my number, so I wouldn't be mad at him. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Marcel?
Hey, I had to tap back in because I just watched this 26-second clip, not of your best runs or catches, but of you pass blocking.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to ask you, what kind of pride do you take in being a pass blocker at the running back position?
All right, Marcel, I'm gonna tell you, Mr. Marcel, I'm gonna keep it so for real with you right now. When I'm in that pass pro mode, I'm trying to take you out. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be your last play blitzing. If I gotta cut you, if I gotta run through your face, that's gonna be your last play blitzing. And I'm gonna make you think about it. So that first time, if I don't get you, I promise later in the game, I'm gonna get you. I promise you that one.
That's bars, man. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We'll close it out here with Hassam.
Hey, Ollie. Hussam Patel here from 5 Reasons Sports. You don't gotta call me mister. I'm around 25, so you don't have to give me that. On the question of pass blocking, how aggressive you are trying to, take out bodies, I noticed in your film from 2023 to 2024, you stopped doing cut blocks. Why is that?
So 23, 24, 23, I was heavier on the cut blocking, getting it done. But I felt like 24, I gained a little bit of weight and, that weight room helped me out. So I got to feeling myself a little bit. Shout out Coach Glass, my strength coach. I got to feeling myself a little bit. So now I was at the point where I'm like, okay, I could take these 250, 260 linebackers and meet with them head up, So that's why you saw less cut blocking and more, Sir?
Who's one defensive player in the NFL that you really want to, put them on the ground?
Are we talking about like that got drafted too, or that's been in the league?
That's been in the league and drafted, whoever you want.
I'm going to say I'm going to have to go with my boy that got picked today or yesterday, actually, Nick Martin from the 49ers. I would love to catch a live head up with him, just because I've been at practice with him and, I done seen his craft, him. I would definitely have to say him.
He sound like a crash out, man. He seem like he'll fade in the middle of the field. He'll fade anybody. But shout out to Ali, man. Definitely a good scheme fit. One thing I ain't like about him was his 40 that he ran. That kind of concerned me that he ran that 40 that he did. I think he was 4.6 or 4.5. No, it's not in the 4.4s. He went to Trinity in Texas. He loved that colored hair. 6'1", 210. He had Arkansas, BYU, Hawaii, Houston. 18 offers in total. Try to find his high school tape. All right. $36,000 views. I better see something crazy on these highlights, man. 2020 Male Athlete of the Year. Okay. Let's see what this working with, man. Can't skip the ad. Oh, heck no. What? Oh, no. Devon H ain't sweating right now, man. Devon H ain't sweating right now, man. Devon H ain't sweating. Yeah, pretty good power. Back in his high school days. He still got that power in him. But he just seems dynamic and good speed, good strength. Hopefully he could behave in Miami. That's what you're just hoping for. Other than that, we just gonna call the right plays and we're gonna get you open. And that's about it. Yeah, we're gonna be deep at running back, man. They're just filling up on his thighs, man. That's it. That's it. Yeah, Ollie Gordon, he definitely gonna take the rock away from Devon A. Chain. Sadly enough. It's good vision. Yeah, they getting bullied over there, man. Yeah, he definitely gonna be like a power running back in our offense. Power running back. For the next 4 years. So I do see him getting some touchdowns next year. There's a lot of touchdown potential guys. Ollie Gordon, he one of them. Definitely one of them. Let me see here. Here we got some pass blocking reps of Ollie Gordon. He's at running back, number 0 right here on the bottom. Let's check this out. Like he told you, he got stronger just so he's able to pass block. Yeah, he a very smart, instinctive guy. He's like another old lineman as a running back. He is. He's trying his best. Just flipping dudes in the air like it's nothing. That is wild. Oh, snap. Wait. That's Quinn Ewers. My bad. I went down too low. Okay. Right here we have Ollie Gordon. Let's hear what he has to say on this one.
From different quarterbacks that have different. Felt Pro Day was good today. You know, being able to get in here with different quarterbacks and be able to still, you know, blend in with them, you know, like we've been practicing with them. And, you know, being able to catch some different quarterbacks that have different drills we haven't done before. So I felt like it was good, you know, trying something new.
Oh, look, it looked great from my vantage point. Coming into last year, there was a lot of hype and buzz about you being, maybe potentially first-round pick. Season didn't necessarily go your way. But why should NFL scouts still believe that you are an RB1 that can be special at the next level?
You know, I would just say just because of my hard work, you know, the way I work, the way I play. You know, I play every play like it's my last play, and I just feel like I'm an every down back. You know, you can keep me on first, second, third, or fourth. You know, I just feel like I'm able to do all that.
You know, when I look at you and I look at your size, I mean, like, it's uncommon to have a big man that can move around like you and catch the ball in the passing game. Who are some of the NFL guys that you pattern your game after?
I would definitely say Derek, you know, just how big he is and how downhill he gets, you know, and I feel like I tend to do that. So I feel like I would say him, and, you know, definitely Derek.
Derek, okay, we're talking about the king. We're assuming Derrick Henry is a comparison that you're making to. So the process is almost done. What are some of the things that you want to show? I'm sure you have another private workout, pro days. What are some of the other things that you want to show to kind of solidify your case as one of the top running backs in the draft?
I would just say, like, that I have the attitude and the heart just to, you know, get along well with anybody. You know, wherever I am, you know, I feel like I'll blend in well with the team, and, you know, I won't stand out.
Yeah, he gonna stand out, man. He definitely gonna stand out. He runs similar to Jalen Wright, but when you see Devon A-Chain out there, you're gonna tell the difference between him and Devon A-Chain. So we got one speed guy, and we got one power guy at running back. So
Felt Pro Day was good today.
Let me see here. Here's the coverage on Ollie Gordon signing. Let's check this out.
Ford out of Oklahoma State. One time in this draft, interior guys, big guys, and now maybe a little bit of a sleeper in this regard. Ollie Ford out of Oklahoma State won the Doak Walker Award, goes to the top running back in the nation last season in 23, but not nearly as much production as past year. Now you've got a big back for the Dolphins.
Yeah, I get a big back, and a guy that's really hard for me to evaluate because what am I getting? Am I getting 2023 when you were aggressive and violent and you're making plays downhill and making plays out in the backfield? You was a Heisman candidate in 2023. 2024 just didn't look the same. I didn't see the same urgency from him. Didn't see the same ability to finish some of those inside runs or run away from tacklers. So that'll be the key for Ollie Gordon. Can they get him locked in? Can we get him back to 2023? Because he can be a really physical, downhill, punishing type back.
That's what we're trying to do, get him back to 2023. So that's why I think that was the main reason of us drafting him. You know, based off him falling that low and what he just recently did in 2023. You know, so that could be a good investment right there. Good investment.
The offensive line field, and there was no running route at all. He was hitting a wall. Yes, you would have needed Barry Sanders back there might have had trouble some of those times getting yards. And Ollie Gordon the second is not that elusive, but the offensive line move did nothing to help them. He might feel familiar in Miami. If that's your team, they need to make sure that they work on
that difference is crazy, man.
Miami up front really is on it and can move the line of scrimmage. But this was a
frustrating year for him in Stillwater. You can see it on his face. The coaches talked about it within a game against Kansas State where he really started getting going early on in that football game. Then they just went away from him. They went away from the run game, and you can just tell by his body language on the sideline. He's just sitting there thinking, like, what is going on here? He totally was not able to get into rhythm. He is a rhythm runner. He's a high volume runner. You got to give him a lot of touches because once he does get rolling, look out.
You look at this Dolphins draft so far, Reese, and it feels like one of the themes for Miami was, let's self-scout this offseason. Because what do we know Miami to be predicated upon over offense as we go to the stage? A lot of speed, now more toughness.
You definitely do that by adding Jonah, and you add Ollie Gordon to the team. You definitely adding toughness to this offense. Most definitely.
You know, being able to.
Yeah, them boys distant Texas out there, man. Police right there doing nothing. Police right there doing nothing.
12 has everything.
Here's another run of Gordon. Let's check this out.
Listen, it feels like it's an easy.
Everything about to clear out for you. Touchdown easy. Right under them. And he still stayed up. Stiff arm. Yeah, man. Ollie Gordon. He pressured. He pressured. But I still love Devon A-Chain, though. Let me see here. Look at that extra yardage, man. Easy. Let me see here. Here we got Ollie Gordon.
Of an opposing defense. Ollie, when you're breaking down tape of an opposing defense, what tendencies do you look for in the linebackers, the defensive linemen that you think you could exploit?
You know, honestly, with linebackers, I see if they overplay the run, you know, if they leave the cutback lane open, or if they use certain blitz moves, you know, when they blitz, you know, is he a bull rusher? Is he going to try to go around me? Is he going to try to swat and swim? So that's what I tend to look at whenever we watch him on defense.
Ollie, when you're...
Okay, that's for defenders. Whoever want to go up against Ollie Gordon, he giving y'all a sneak peek. Definitely giving y'all a sneak peek, man. He still needs some work in regards to receiving, but, you know, he should be straight soon, man. Like with our team, we should be able to fix him up. We should be able to. All right.
In a long yard. He's still the Wildcat quarterback.
Ollie Gordon even got some rest at quarterback from what I'm seeing. Little flea flicker. Deep. Touchdown easy.
Ollie Gordon.
Ollie Gordon, he can play quarterback. Like I told ya, he can play quarterback.
Ollie Gordon is
Talk to me about coming back to OSU, what that's going to mean to the Cowboys.
I mean, honestly, I think it means a lot. You know, we get majority of our team back. It's just a great organization to be a part of, great team to play with. And, you know, I feel like it's huge for everybody, me and the Cowboys.
I don't know what championship this is for, but you know, I see Ashton Genty on the board. I see Salter, Colorado QB on the board.
Talk to me about coming back to OSU, what that's going to mean to the Cowboys.
I mean, honestly, I think it means a lot. You know, we get majority of our team back. It's just...
That was it for Ollie. You know, I wish I could stay for long. I'll be on stream for 4 hours, man. Tomorrow, I'll start off with Quinn Ewers. Then I'm going to do Zeke Biggers. And then I'm going to get into the undrafted free agents, man. I'm way too tired. And I got work in the morning in a little bit. So, yeah. If you still here, appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Let everybody know that we'll be live again tomorrow. Y'all go get y'all merch at DGmerchandise.com. We got new merch on the way. You know, shit about to blow up. I'm telling you right now. But yeah, man. If that's it, it's DG Dolphin Gang Entertainment.